us change what we are speaking. Let us change those things that we have spoken that are negative, and let us speak that which is positive. And that is what is going to take us where we want to see ourselves go, both as our schools and as our institutions and as our association. There is that which God wants us to do for us. God wants to do for us. But how are we speaking it? Let us speak it, verbalize it, pronounce it, and let God come in to confirm that which he has spoken to us today. I believed it, and therefore I spoke it. Believe it and speak it, and God will come through for you. Shall we pray? Our Father, in the name of Jesus, I've spoken your word as you have put it in my heart. Lord, I pray that you may make that word to work in our hearts, that that word may transform us, that that word may be a light unto our paths, so that whatever place we go into, by the words of our mouths, you're going to do it for us, so that our institutions, our individual lives, our families, and our great association will get to that level that we always aspire to see it get to. I pray, Father, for the beginning of this conference, Lord, Holy Spirit of the living God, may you guide us through from the beginning to the end, all to the glory and to the honor of your precious name. We thank you and we praise you, for this is our humble prayer of faith through Christ Jesus our Lord. Amen. As we come to the end of this devotion, kindly allow me to make this announcement. Tomorrow is our day 2 of the conference, and I want to request the Nyanza region kindly prepare to conduct the devotion tomorrow. I want to get a team that is going to lead us in worship, and also get us a person that is going to minister the word. Nyanza region, you'll take the mic for the devotion tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. On day 3, that is on Thursday, we shall have the Eastern region doing it. So the chair Eastern region, kindly prepare so that you also give us a team that is going to coordinate devotion on Thursday. And our last day of the conference, that is on Friday, we will request our host, the Coast region, to prepare for us the devotion team. Coast region, you will prepare the devotion for the 4th day, that is on Friday. May the Lord bless you so much. Once again, my name is Reverend Cyrus Washira, the chairman Kesha, Nyeri County. Karibu sana, our vice chair.
A better clap for our brother and the team. Thank you, thank you. Now, the guests who are with us this morning, my colleague, Kesha officials present, and my colleague delegates. Now, my brother here is reminding me before I continue that since we have had a Christian prayer, before I allow me to welcome him so that he can also offer a Muslim prayer. That is why he's requesting. Karibu brother.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Muhammad Dubad, the Kesha chairman, Garissa County, Northeastern region. So I want to pray. We have seen so many things, and we know that we have a challenging time ahead of us. So we can only prosper through praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So let's pray. The messenger believes in what has been revealed to him from his Lord, as do the men of faith. Each one of them believes in Allah, his angels, his books, and his messengers. We make no distinction, they say, between one another of the messengers. To us as Muslims, all the messengers, we believe in them, and I will not be a Muslim without believing that Jesus is the prophet of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And they say, we hear and we obey. We seek thy forgiveness. Our Lord, to you is the end of the journeys. On no soul does Allah place a burden greater than it can bear. So whatever we are experiencing is something that we can bear. So we have to be confident that one day this thing is going down and we are going to experience a better economic condition that we are experiencing today. It gets every soul that it earns and suffers every ill that it earns. So as Muslims, we say that the reason why we are having these harsh economic times is because of the evil in us. Can we be able to believe and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala remove the evil from us so that the days can be better for us? Our Lord condemn us not if we forget or fall into error. Our Lord lay us on a burden, not a burden that like which you have laid on those before us. Our Lord lay not on us a burden greater than we have strength to bear. Blot out our sins and grant us forgiveness. Have mercy on us. You are our protector. Help us against those who stand against faith. اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. سبحانك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Let us also give him a clap for that wonderful prayer. Now, I had started saying that the guests who are here with us so far, ministry, those from the ministry, and from our employer, the Teacher Service Commission, the facilitators, and all the protocol observed. Allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you to this very, very important program, our 46th conference. It lies 46 years old. As Kesha, we are 46 years old. And now that we are here, let us remember to thank the Almighty. He has given us another opportunity to meet again, as we did last year. Just turn to your colleague, your neighbor, na umwambie, just tell him or her, Mungu ni mwema. Just, Mungu ni mwema. Colleagues, we need to remember, we should not take it for granted that we are amongst those that have survived. There are many that ought to be with us here, but they were not able. So let us appreciate that and let us not take it for granted. Now, just remind you that we are here for our purpose. We shall go through a program where we shall get very good messages that shall be shared to us. Let us take this program seriously. Let us be attentive so that as we leave this place, colleague principals, we are better managers than the way we came in, so that at least we can be able to feel armed and continue to face the challenges that we normally go through in line of our duties. So I will request on behalf of the Kesha officials, I will request that let us be punctual, let us be attentive, let us cooperate to run this program for the good of all of us involved in this program. Allow me now at that juncture as I wait for a chair to settle down and receive the visitor. Okay. Karibu sana. Good. Now I was saying that this juncture allow me to welcome our national chair, Mr. Ndimuli, who will come and give his opening remarks. Then we continue. Karibu, brother.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the 46th Annual Conference, again meeting in Mombasa, with the theme of enhancing effectiveness and efficiency in education in Kenya. Every year we meet to look at issues on education sector. The church where I go to is referred to as the the yearly meeting of friends. We start from the village meeting, we get to the monthly meeting, quarterly meeting, and finally, the yearly meeting. So it's a yearly meeting today of principles where we take stock of what is going on in the education sector. I would like to appreciate all of you who have found time to be in Mombasa, and many others who are still traveling, because it's only yesterday that we were releasing students to go home for half term so that we can have time to sit back and look at what has been happening. We pray that those who are still traveling will reach Mombasa on time and join us. For those who are here, thank you very much for having found time to be here early enough. I want to appreciate the Ministry of Education and the Teacher Service Commission, whom we approached to give us the authority to be able to meet by adjusting even the half-term dates when we wrote to the PS requesting an adjustment, which he actually honored because of the recognition the Ministry of Education has for such a gathering. So as we congregate here, we will be interrogating a number of issues, and that's why we have invited a myriad of speakers to share with us from their experience, to share with us their ideas on how they would want to see things move as an education sector. And I'm happy that most of them are already in Mombasa. Some even who are presenting tomorrow are in this hall today. We are going to listen to even international experiences. And as a country, I would like to take this early time to announce that we will be hosting the International Confederation of Principals Conference next year in August. So we are having a team of officers from the International Confederation of Principals who will be joining us, led by the President of the International Confederation of Principals, to participate in this conference and also just see how capable we are to host an international conference of the magnitude that we are anticipating. So as we meet, we are also being assessed. So I'll kindly ask that, I remember during my time of teaching practice, professor, and we knew an assessor is coming, so we would prepare the students in advance and tell them, you know, the assessor will come. And this assessor will want to see classroom participation. Daktari. Then, wakati huo, we remind them, when I ask a question and you don't know the answer, put up the left hand. And when you know the answer, put up the right hand. So that when the assessor sees, is actually seeing there has been communication in the class. Yeah? But I'll know who to pick to answer the question. So I'm preparing you. For those who will not know the answer, please put up your left hand. For those who will know, put up your right hand. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this conference and to the International Confederation of Principals Conference next year, August, the dates that will be communicated. In addition to that, we are also participating in the African Confederation of Principals Conference in August. I'm sure we are still discussing with government and Teacher Service Commission to be able to allow a few of us to attend that conference. One, to go and popularize the ICP conference in Mombasa, and at the same time, as the central players in ACP, we need to be there. So you will see a number of representation from the African countries. Nigeria will be here. The Kingdom of Eswatini are already, their representative is here. Lesotho will be here, just to show solidarity in our being. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet, I'm aware of the very many challenges that we have gone through as school leaders in this country. I know there have been challenges on issues of capitation, challenges in staffing, challenges in infrastructure in our school. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate all of us for the efforts we have shown to ensure that our institutions remain peaceful, regardless of the challenges we've been facing. On your behalf, I've been able to have several meetings with the Ministry of Education, with the Teacher Service Commission, just to share the challenges we are facing in the field. We've been able, together with my team of the National Executive Committee, presented memorandum to these two organizations on the challenges that we are facing. We've been able to show the deficits in FSDE that we get to schools. And we expect that when the minister will be talking to us, maybe he'll be able to provide answers to some of those challenges. As we meet, we must be thinking of the competency-based curriculum that in the next 2 years will be reaching our secondary schools. It is believed that we will all manage the senior secondary. So it is important as early as this to be able to get guidance on what is this that we need to prepare for. How do we pick the various pathways that our schools will have to provide? Are we all going to provide the 3 pathways that are envisaged in the basic curriculum framework, or are we going to be choosing? And if we have to choose, what is the criteria? I think this is the time, so that we do not wait until when the children are with us, we appear to be crawling in the dark, not knowing how to pick and who to take to those various institutions. I know those charged with that responsibility will be able to give us guidance. As we wait for the report by the Presidential Working Party on the reforms on education and implementation of CBC, it is important that some groundwork be done in preparing us. Because the report may come out and it may not give us details. What is the skeleton that we have that we need to share? So as principals, that is what we need to be thinking about. Are we able to know what is going on in our junior secondary schools? Do we know the challenges the people handling junior are facing? So that we are able to understand those challenges to help us prepare for senior secondary school. We hope some of these answers will be provided as we move on in our discussions. We have seen changes in proposed changes in how children will be getting scholarships for higher learning. These scholarships, as they'll be given, is the criteria foolproof? And what is our role as principals of schools who are managing the last lot, the last group at the last stage before they join tertiary institutions and universities? Do we have a role to play in identification of the levels of need of these children? Because if we do not have a role to play there, then in my view, we may end up supporting children who are not really needy as such, but because they have been able to get connections to those who manage those funds to help them. You and I will agree that we've seen situations where one student has been given more than one bursary from different institutions. And at the end of it, we are being told by the same parent that because I have an excess fee, I would like a refund. What is the foolproof that this system is going to put in place that we do not have such challenges in future? We can share our experiences. So the PS State Department of Higher Education and Research will be here to share with us some of those new proposed directions. When Corona was here, we closed schools and closed learning. And that was a very big challenge we faced as a nation. And at that time, various schools started sending assignments to children through their parents' phones. Parents were forced to now buy the phones for purposes of learning. If you looked at comments later, the school was now in the phone. So the question is, how are we leveraging on technology to ensure that in future, when we have an educational shock, we do not close schools and we do not close learning? Estonia, a smaller country in size than us, were able to ensure that learning continued even in that challenge because they invested in technology. We will want to hear from them what is this that they had to do prior to getting to that level. What challenges have they faced and how can we learn as a nation from them so that in future when we have this shock, learning continues and we don't lose students. As an association, whenever we discuss, many times we look at normal schools. Very little do we put in terms of students with special needs, schools, special schools. We always believe we leave it for those concerned. But time has come that we need to keep asking ourselves, how do we move to the level of ensuring that all our schools can be integrated to take care of such children? So in the process, we will be sharing with speakers who have experience in special needs education and who can propose to us the way we can move, and then look at our own institutions and see whether we can borrow a leaf from them. The issue of safety, health and safety in schools is a major concern. You remember recently one of our schools had a major challenge, and we will have some video recording from across the nation where students in various schools are going to be sharing with us some of the challenges or the good things that are happening in their schools that ensures health and their safety is taken care of. Then we'll have a team of other students from Mombasa Coast region discussing it with the help of one of our renowned Dr. Njoki, who will be here to discuss that. So that we try to resonate with the challenges that we are facing in our various schools and then come up with a way that we can propose to government on how best they can support us. I've always had an issue with the issue of water, and especially in counties where we are not getting piped water and we have to rely on water bowsers to bring in the water. How clean is this water? Do we have the time as principals to ensure that the water is clean and ready for human use as they supply? What kind of support do we need to ensure that this is taken care of and taken care of properly? And then finally, we hope members of Parliament from the Education Committee will be here, and we are expecting most of them to be with us from day one up to the last day, to be able to understand how do we get certain policies get through Parliament for us to be able to move the education sector in a manner that both the legislators, the principals, and the other players understand. So I believe by the end of the day, when his Honorable Moses Wetangula will be closing this conference for us, we will have had a very fruitful conference that will leave all of us satisfied with the answers, satisfied with the proposals that we will be setting or sending to both to government on how the sector can be improved. So welcome to Mombasa, and please enjoy the conference. We will try as much as possible not to keep you for too long. On day one, we've started a little late, but we believe that as we move, we'll be able to start on time so that we leave you with a bigger part of the afternoon for self-directed activities, visiting the exhibitions, and the rest. And we want to thank all our partners who have come in, despite the challenges they are facing, economic challenges, and they have tried to come in their own small way to partner with us. Kenya Commercial Bank, Copycat, KICD, and part of our universities. We want to thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman, allow me to hand over the program to you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. Karibuni sana.
I think our chairman deserves a better clap, please. Thank you. Thank you, our chairman. Now, I want to believe that we have been given the reasons why we are here. It is now clear what we are going to share in this conference. So what is remaining with you is to avail yourself. Like I said earlier, be attentive so that you can get the best. Now, I want now to request you to allow me to call our sponsor, our first sponsor, Copycat. Where is Copycat? Where is Copycat? So this is your time. You can come. And I want to say this. I'm the master of ceremony. I'm a timekeeper. The program gives you 10 minutes. Kindly share with us whatever you have within the 10 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome, and thank you for allowing us to participate again. To the Ministry of Education, to Kesha dignitaries, and to all the principals here today, thank you for this opportunity to address you. Before I get into my very short speech, which I hope will be less than 10 minutes so I don't get into trouble, I would just like to follow on with what the chairman said a little bit earlier. I wish I had seen his speech when I was at school, because the problem is I am left-handed. So I do now realize why teachers never asked me to answer the questions when I was in class. it is my automatic reaction to raise my left hand. It's always a privilege to come and address you, and it's always a challenge to try and think what you might find useful. In being here this morning, I obviously represent Copycat, but I work for a company called Riso Kagaku, which is based in Japan, and our subsidiary is in South Africa in Johannesburg called Riso Africa. We've been supplying products to education on the continent of Africa for very close to 30 years now. So congratulations on your 46th year of conference. We feel very proud of being able to participate in education here for nearly 30 years already. And if I have a look at what your statements are in terms of enhancing effectiveness and efficiency in education, I think everybody in the room today understands that part and parcel of that is putting learner material of quality in learners' hands. And when you're using the products that Copycat has to offer, we feel very proud to stand behind the fact that we believe that those products are providing that exact opportunity to you. In terms of the risograph, we have been doing very close to about 8 billion pieces of paper in the last year in education. That is a lot of learner material, and we feel very proud of the fact that we are able to impact on so many learners' experience and stand behind the fact that the product is reliable and the quality material that's being put in their hands is of a quality that will enhance their experience. So I believe that we are able to participate in sharing these two qualities that you have to discuss this year with you. There's very little more for me to say other than the fact that I would like to just say thank you for the support that you have shown us over all of these years. It is not possible to build a business without partnerships and to have relationships. And we can appoint the best suppliers in Kenya, and if it doesn't have your support and your belief and trust in our products, we don't have a business. So I come with a message from Japan today. They would like to say thank you very much. We survived very tough times during COVID. We had your support, and we aim to be here for many, many years to keep your investment in our products and the quality of education going forward. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I hope that you have a very blessed conference and that it is worth your time and all your effort in getting here. Thank you very much.
We'll ask you to kindly remain behind. We have a gift for you from the Kesha Secretariat. A round of applause as we gift our guest and also our sponsor. So ladies and gentlemen, may we all rise up for a moment. Let's rise up for a moment. I want you to grab the right hand of your neighbor seated next to you. Just grab their right hand. Not shake, grab it. So, have you grabbed that hand? Are you doing that? There are some people who are not grabbing hands. I wonder what they are doing. Now, look at them eyeball to eye. Then tell them neighbor. Tell them neighbor. I love your nose. Turn to the other neighbor, grab their hand, and just grab the other neighbor's hand. Tell them, neighbor, I love your hair. Make sure you know their name. Just make sure you know their name. Ask them their name, their station. Make sure you talk to somebody. Okay. While standing, we want to appreciate that this is the 46th conference, and we want to appreciate KCB for always being on the forefront to be the sponsors. Right now, while standing, I want us to put our hands together as we receive the KCB Foundation Group as they come to say a few things before we get to our pastors. Let's put our hands together for the KCB Group as they come. Karibu sana, madam, karibu. you may now wish to descend to your seats. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ken. I was sitting next to Mr. Indumuli and Prof. And we were told to say, you have a nice nose. So I said, you have a nice big nose. And then we were told to say, you have nice hair. Unfortunately, none of us have hair, including myself. So I said, you have a nice kipara. The chairman, Kesha, Bwana Indimuli Kahi, the officials from the Ministry of Education represented, officials from Teacher Service Commission represented, the Governing Council of Kesha, sponsors, principals who are in the house, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm more than humbled to stand in front of you on behalf of KCB Group. Kesha is a longtime friend of KCB Group, and we appreciate your support. And when I say Kesha, I mean the whole fraternity of principals who are congregated here, because on our lower level, we work together to make sure that we provide the financial solution for you. So we really commend you on your 46th celebration of Kesha, but we thought we could do this, we could utilize this moment, and Vice Chair has told me I only have 10 minutes, to let us and let you know us more as KCB. As you may already be aware, we are in about 8 countries. We are in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Southern Sudan, Rwanda, and Congo, and a correspondence office in Ethiopia. And we could not have done this if it were not for you. So I want you to turn to the person next to you and appreciate them on behalf of KCB Group. Kindly appreciate them and tell them we do appreciate them. So the theme of this conference, enhancing effectiveness and efficiency of education in Kenya, is quite timely. So I want to speak a bit in the space that we play on the education side, but most importantly on the role of KCB Foundation. KCB Foundation is a corporate social responsibility arm for KCB Group, and we believe for you to exist as a business, it cannot just be about profits. If the social problems that affect the communities that you bank do not make you have sleepless nights, then you do not deserve that license to operate. So KCB Foundation is the social capital arm of the bank. We do recognize that we do not exist in a silo. We do recognize that we work with communities. We do recognize that there are challenges, there are social problems that affect us as communities, and that is where we come to bring our purpose alive. And that is for people, for better. Please tell your neighbor, for people, for better. So that's, in a very short explanation, is the role of KCB Foundation. And I will shortly tell you what it is that we do within the sector. So the foundation was set in 2007. We have different programs that we run. We've walked a long journey since we started in 2007. And one of the things that we realized we needed to intervene was on education. At one time, you remember, we had a very low transition of students from primary to secondary. And we came in to support through sponsorship, which we have done for the last 13 years. We have started other programs through our journey as a foundation. We have Mifugo Nimali, and this covers the northeastern part of Kenya, where a lot of the communities there are pastoralists. So we have a value addition, a livestock value addition program that we run, just organizing the pastoralists together and making sure that they get value for what it is that we are doing. We have Tujiajiri, which is our flagship program. We are aware that not everybody is even able to get to secondary school. Not everybody is even able to get to university. But it doesn't mean they're a failure. And so we work very closely with the TVETs across the country. We work with over 80 TVETs to support those students acquire technical skills. Thereafter, we give them business development skills to be able to become entrepreneurs. Because we do recognize that this economy can only be run if we can support the MSMEs, the small businesses, because not everybody can be in a white-collar job. And we think there's a huge opportunity in there. So as I said, the education program, we support 1,000 students every year. Initially, we used to do 240. The last 2 years, we have done 1,000 every year. And I want you to appreciate, because inside this room, we have over 500 schools that are supporting the over 4,595 students that are in different stages. I want you to just in case you're sitting with one of those principals, to appreciate them, hold their hand and tell them thank you for holding those bright and needy students whose future would have been not existent had we not stepped in. A lot of success, 100% have been able to transition to tertiary. We introduced, because then we realized besides giving the education, it's not enough. Initially we would do until Form 4, but then we realized these children come from bright but needy homes. And just because they finished their Form 4 does not mean their status has changed. And so for the last 2 years, we are progressing the sponsorship all the way to university. But we don't end there, because then we realize these people are still young. They require some mentorship. They require some apprenticeship. So we have developed a program where we absorb them in the bank, and they are able to work for about 3 months for them to get work ready and start knowing what it is or what it means to work. So over the years, the program has impacted 4,657 students. As I said, we have about 2,715 that are currently in different stages, Form 1, Form 2. We have a cohort that is also in the various universities that are running. 572 of the 2,715 are from very, very humble and very, very vulnerable backgrounds. The bank has invested about 1.2 billion in terms of the fees, because the program, besides paying for tuition, takes care of the learning materials. We take care of their school uniform. Some of the principals represented here will tell you, cannot even go back home. And some of the principals actually accommodate them. We also realize that a lot of parts of our areas, out of our cultural practices, we have a lot of young girls that are getting into early marriage. We have a lot of teen mothers that are giving up their education because they've got a baby. And working together with the anti-FGM body and the local administration, the county governments, we are trying to bring those girls back to school. Out of the slots that we give, 10% goes to persons who are living with disability, because again, we believe in diversity and inclusion. In terms of the process, I think many of you here are very familiar with the process, so I will not delve into detail. Whenever we have a recruitment campaign, we place the advertisements outside there. Some of them even posted in your schools. Applications forms can be collected from any of our KCB and National Bank branches across the country. Applicants attend an interview because, as I said, the program is for bright and needy. However, we also do recognize that there are particular niches, like the ones that I mentioned, the teen mothers, persons who are living with disability, whom we lower the cutoff so that we can make sure that there's diversity and inclusion. From there, we do a home visit to actually confirm that they are needy, because Kenyans are Kenyans. And from the home visits, we are able to drop those that we feel do not qualify for the scholarship. I will not go into detail. I did mention in terms of the package, it includes the tuition, which is the school fees. We provide the uniform, the set books that are needed, and we provide mentorship. We have over 280 branches across, and our staff, in the spirit of volunteerism, are the mentors who handhold these students. But I'm also asking the principals who are in this room to handhold those students and make them feel at home, but most important, to remain focused on making sure that they come out with something. As part of our agenda and the thematic area, I will speak briefly to the Kenya Schools Piped Gas Development Project, which we have started as part of our agenda of knowing that, if today we don't have a world to live in, then we will not have even meetings like this. So protecting the environment is at the core of what we do at the foundation. And it's out of this that in May 2022, we started this program. And we started by saying, we will give you something small as a school, so that then you can be able to come in and get the rest from the bank. So through this program, we are giving between 10 to 30% grant. That is free money. And from there, you put in your resources to be able to convert so that we can stop cutting trees to cook with wood fuel. I know a lot of schools here are cooking with wood fuel, but we need to be cautious of where we want to be in the future. And that's why we think this program is very important. We've already invested 30 million. We are happy to put in more resources, looking for partners that will help us transit all schools from using firewood to clean energy solutions. We have different schools that have already raised their hand. Let's appreciate them. You can see them there. Asumbi, Kaptagat, Katwana, Kinyui, Kipkolion Girls, Ngia. I will not mention all of them, but they're already principals that have seen the importance of that, and we appreciate you. And we ask that the rest join the bandwagon so that we can have a future. My 5-year daughter would also want to sit in a forum like this. And for us to make sure that happens, we cannot continue cooking using wood fuel. So if you can move the slide, I think there are very many things that we are doing for all the students. I mentioned 4,597. We are trying to introduce them into proper financial management, proper financial literacy. And again, through the schools presented here, we've been able to issue prepaid cards. So even for the pocket money that we pay, we don't pay them cash. We pay a card so that the school can monitor what it is they are using the money for. And out of that, we provide the schools with the PDQ machines to be able to run that. And currently, we have over 3,000 students that have already received these cards. So allow me to run a small video. And as I run a small video, this is on the LPG, and a call for us to save the environment, a call for us to make sure that my 5-year-old daughter, who is my last born and my 5th born, gets to one day sit here by us transiting from using wood fuel to LPG with the support of the program that we have built for you. As I run the video, I'll ask the chairman to come to the front. Thank you very much. So this is the solution. Let us save our environment. Let us make sure our children see the future. For more information, there'll be contacts that will be displayed. Please take advantage and enjoy the 10 to 30% partial grant subsidy, courtesy of KCB Foundation.
Yeah, a round of applause to KCB Foundation. Thank you very much. We appreciate. And before, Madam, you leave.
Yeah, and thank you. That's our gift to you. Please take advantage. Thank you very much.
And Madam, before you leave, after gifting us, we also return a favor. Yani kwa Kiswahili tunasema tunarudisha mkono. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate her by presenting also a gift from us as Kesha to you to say thank you for supporting us as KCB, being our title sponsors. This is the 5th year running. We appreciate. A round of applause to KCB. Let's appreciate them. Thank you so much for the support, and we really, really appreciate. Now, there is an announcement I want to make, and this announcement is very, very important. Very, very, very important. If you know you have not taken breakfast, please lift up your right hand. Please, kindly, it's very, very important. Lift up your right hand. The announcement is we are reminding you tomorrow, please make sure you take breakfast, because we realize people who didn't take breakfast are dozing. So if you see your neighbor dozing, just know that's a breakfast issue. Thank you so much. God bless you.
So thank you very much, Foundation. That was the launch of the 10 to 30% grant for those schools that would like to shift and deal with LPG gas. So take advantage. Always they say early bird catches the worm. Take advantage, especially while here. I think better rates can also come forward. Isn't it, Madam? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, who is here with us. Prof, please just stand and wave. I know we will give you a chance to greet our members. Many of us are graduates of Kenyatta University, so we thank you. Allow me also to recognize our regional and county directors of education who have been here. They are already here with us. I've seen regional director and county director from Kisumu. They are here. Others are seated at the back. I wish they were seated in front. I've seen our regional director from Coast is here. And others, please, wherever you are seated, sir, ladies and gentlemen, just stand and wave to our members, please. Our directors, there they are. Thank you. As they come, we'll keep recognizing them. Asanteni sana. Allow me to also recognize the presence of the President of the International Confederation of Principals, Professor Peter Kent from London. Prof. Yeah. Thank you. He's accompanied by his dear wife. Please rise and say jambo. Thank you. We'll recognize other guests as they come in. Tuendelee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. KCB, tunaendelea kusema asanteni sana for that initiative. Now, I think we are going on very well. It's now the time for our first session. Daktari is already here with us. I just want you to allow me to call upon our session chair, my brother, the county chair, Machakos.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I'm here to bring to us the first speaker of the day, who will take us through our first topic, reforming teacher education and its implication on teacher management. And ladies and gentlemen, to take us through this is Dr. Siriaka Kitonga, who is already here with us. And she's such a seasoned person in the topic that she's been assigned. And Dr. Gitonga is the Dean, School of Education, University of Embu, and also the Chair of Deans Kenya, an educator for a period of 30 years, and somebody that has published quite a lot. Would you put your hands together for Dr. Siriaka Gitonga to take us through this topic? Thank you, na karibu sana.
The chair, the national chair, Kesha, Mr. Indimuli Kahai, our esteemed sponsor, KCB, I envy Kesha, that's where I sat. Respected school principals, our international guests, Ministry of Education representatives, TSC, and all protocols observed. Good morning. How are you? I'm really excited to be here this morning. It's such an honor and privilege that was extended to me by the organizers of this conference. And I can only thank you, and I can only imagine the kind of responsibilities that the principals hold. And so I will go straight to my presentation. I'm not sure whether these guys will help me or I'll help myself. You can go straight to the presentation so that then I begin the session. I'm going to speak very briefly, I'm given 30 minutes on the reforming teacher education, implications for teacher management. As has been shared, I am from the University of Embu. And you know, University of Embu in only 7 years. And so the question is, how come we are here as the University of Embu? I would wish that you, because every school that is represented here, possibly, you've given us a student, and particularly in the School of Education. 7 years after charter is such a short period of time, and even figuring out where Embu is possibly for many of us, except those who come from Embu, others might wonder, where is this university? I want to move to the next clip, please. Just play that clip, 3 minutes only, so that you can see this young university. Thank you.
As far as the public universities are concerned, we have remained the best performing public university for 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, and 2021, 2022. So we are the best public university.
Thank you very much. It is, okay. Thank you very much. I don't know why the clip cut, but there was a session which wanted to say that we are a very young university. But why I'm here this morning, esteemed principals, is because in 2018 actually, when the launch of CBC was announced and it was stated that the train had begun moving, how are we going to dead call happening? It's up. From the chair of Kesha Southside, that schools of education have remained largely unresponsive to reforms. After 844, there wasn't much that was done to the BEd. And then CBC came, which is completely a shift from where we were at that particular time. And so we began conversation. So this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to share with you basically what does it entail? What is this teacher education reform about? Number two, what are the implications of us or of the principles? Can we reform a teacher education without the voices of the principals that are the true teachers, that are the carriers of every reform, that oversee the effective implementation of any reform? So I'll try to look at this from what we have seen in the last 6 years as champions of reforming the teacher education. I'm not sure how this is working. It's not working for me. So please, next slide. There is a renowned or a great researcher that I read about, Ling, 2017, argues that teacher education reforms is not a straightforward process. It is very complex. You cannot just say you are changing it today and you adopt it. You've got to look inside, backwards, that's what he argues, and then engage in its complexity. And so possibly that's why our reforming teacher education since the first Bachelor of Education was offered in the University of Nairobi in the 1960s has largely remained almost the same. Linda Darling argues that the 21st century teacher education reform should be characterized by highly qualified individuals who get into it. We recruit very high quality level students. We connect theory into practice, where we stop teaching just about what Floyd says, but we see Floyd's arguments in a classroom, or Piaget, for example, or Vygotsky, constructivism. How does it really happen? It should be based on a set of professional standards. What set of standards we have in this country that govern how we train our teachers? And then it must be supported by sustained, continuous teacher professional development. And if you have looked at what we have been saying as a country, or what we have been doing the last 6-7 years, these are the issues we have been addressing. So where did our Bachelor of Education begin? In 1966, you know, and many of us know, and my professor Inaina here knows, our VC knows that at the University of Nairobi in 1966, they ended the BA, BSc, the education option, which really was what produced the people who have made us today. And then it was BA, BSc, those who did it early, and they are very proud and they were very well prepared, and then they did the PGDE. But in the 70s, we adopted the Bachelor of Education as we know it, the consecutive model, which is very popular in this country. But we have also continued offering the PGDE for those who want to do BA and BSc and then proceed with that. But now, after the launch of the CBC in schools, the recommendation that was in Fatma Chege's, or that is in Fatma Chege's report, is that we need to move to competence-based teacher education. And I'm sure principals, you have engaged with the basic curriculum education framework that is talking about a teacher who has the capacity to nurture learners' talent. A teacher who is able to design a classroom that is able to bring out the best that there can be in a learner. A teacher that is able to work with others. A teacher that is able to accommodate change and release learners to their own learning. I realize he is not scrolling, so I'm moving faster. So let's go to the next slide. I didn't want to keep saying let's go to the next slide. Okay, the next one. Okay, that's what I was talking about, and please keep tab as I move, you move. So that is where we've come from. So let's move to the next slide. And the next slide, I'm asking questions to the principals. How will the 21st century teacher look like? The next slide. This is not working. How will the 21st century teacher look like? The teacher that you will be expected to manage. How will this teacher who is reflective, innovative, who has ability to collaborate, who is a critical thinker, going to look like? Because most of our teachers were trained to be the experts. And at the university, my biggest concern was, how is it that we are continuing to produce the same teachers who are considered experts while the trainers moved? What kind of a marketplace are we preparing them? And that's why I'm very grateful for having the Dean's Education Forum, which has provided us an opportunity to ask these questions. A principal, being the instructional leader, today, and all of us seated here, we need to ask ourselves, how are we preparing for 2026? 2026 is just, if you count it, it's very few terms. In the next 7 terms, 7 because we have December and then 3 terms. How ready are you for a teacher who is reflective? How ready are you for a teacher who is collaborative, who is a thinker? How ready are you to support your teachers who are already there to be shifted to the next level? I know when I began these conversations, I want to share this. And just the other day, I was talking to my DVC, and I told DVC, you know, Prof, there is no way we are going to continue training the teachers the way we did. And I just said, as we change the way we train the teachers at the university, we must also be prepared for 2029, because the children will come to the university in 2029. And then he asked me, how many more years do I have to continue being a DVC? By that time, I would have retired. But I told him, sir, please, let's engage with this conversation. So principals, what will you need to do between now and the next 7 terms to be ready for these children? I really like the comments the chairman raised. He said, the senior secondary is just looking at you. It's at the door. How will the schools choose the pathways? For me, it is easier to choose the pathways, but how will the teachers, the current teachers you have, be transformed to align themselves into those particular pathways? And those are the questions that really fascinate my mind as a champion of reformed teacher education in Kenya, because I think there is a lot that we can do to move there. These reforms, members, you know that they are informed by, they are not just random. These reforms are informed by various task forces. Let's go forward. And I don't want to go there, but in 2009, the summative evaluation that was conducted on 844 that informed the adoption of CBC raised a lot of concerns about the quality of teacher education in this country. And some of the issues that were raised, I'm sure the principal, and come even from the principal because you are the stakeholders, arguing that the teachers remained very traditional. The teachers who were producing from the universities, one of the arguments was that they were very shallow, they were very theoretical. And of course, the shift now, supported by the need to align teacher education to our Constitution of Kenya, the need to align it to the Vision 2030, this was strongly supported by the Odhiambo report that actually gave the kind of blueprint really for how competence-based teacher education should be framed. And those are the conversations we are courageously engaging in. Because in that reform, in the Odhiambo report, he argues that the teacher education should address the need during the pre-service and should embrace the modern trends. Please move the slides. The next one. The pointer you gave me is not working, so you are going to keep moving. Move to the next one. I want the teachers to the next one. I don't want to dwell on what informed. But the Odhiambo report talks about a reformed teacher education that embeds the modern trends, that is able to produce a 21st century teacher who is a techno-savvy, who is able to apply technology, who is able to address the contemporary issues that we are dealing with. And a teacher education programs that is also supported by a very elaborate continuous teacher professional development. And you know, for many years in this country, not much effort or not much structure has been put to support continuous teacher professional development. And I know, principals, you know, when TSC brought the TPD, how much resistance has been there. And the reason is because it wasn't really a big thing. But now it's a big thing, given that we are in this dispensation of the reforms. So, move to the next slide and the next one. This is the world of work we are training the current teachers in. I'm sure you are aware of these pathways. We are training today in the university. The student who is in the university now should be able to fit in this world of work. Of students that will come in those particular pathways. And the chair asked, what criteria shall you choose as a principal? If the reform that we are going through does not give us a teacher or teachers who can deliver sports and arts, then we shall have a problem. If the teacher we train does not fit in the social space, social sciences, we'll have a problem. If we have teachers who won't fit in the STEM, we have a problem. Now, as it is, we may not have challenges in the social sciences. That is for sure. And as Andine, I can tell you, we may not have a problem because we'll adjust the pedagogy. But for us to be able to train in arts and sports and principles, you know, those are in very few universities, it requires a radical shift. Just like you are asking what criteria you will choose, as deans, we are asking how much should the universities invest in being able to support art and sports pathways. As you are aware, traditionally, very few universities, Kenyatta University has been very good in performing arts, visual arts and related. Our young university of 7 years, we are asking ourselves, what do we do? But I can assure you, from where I sit, we have aligned. And the deans have aligned the program. Just like you shared the need for funding, we are giving the headache to our vice chancellors to fund, because the option is that you either fund and go to that space or you remain in the social science space. Looking at the STEM, how the children would have been trained in senior secondary, the teacher we train in the university must have shifted. Because when these students come to the university and they are doing things on their own, they are independent learners, they need a little support, then teacher education at the university must be ahead. We cannot lag behind. And therefore, and that cannot happen unless we work together with the principals. So this is your world of work. This is how it looks like. You'll have schools that are predominantly sports, and I'm looking forward, those schools predominantly performing arts possibly or combination. We'll have those schools that will strengthen their social sciences. And so the universities that are teacher training have no choice but to reform teacher education. And we are doing this in earnest. The next slide is the same as the questions that Indumuli raised. Is like ENC. Let's move to the yes. So what will your school pathway? What will your school adopt? So that then, if school A adopts this pathway, I'll know that our teacher trainees will get jobs in those particular schools. I'm asking, are schools having conversations about the kind of teachers you'll have in 2026? How much effort will you put as a principal, and will we put as deans and universities to support you in the next few years to develop capacities for these teachers to work there? Mind you, we are in it together. We are in it together. We are in teacher reform together. For we cannot reform teacher education without your support. As you are aware, and I'm sure most of us are aware, the diploma teacher education is already reformed. In fact, we have students in their third year, if I'm not wrong. Those who will hold diploma in secondary teacher education are already in their third year. And because this was done, because the diploma has already been done by KICD and it is in their third year, those students will graduate possibly next year. As deans, we decided to find out what is different. What is different about the diploma program? Because even when we reform our MBA programs completely and they are accredited by Commission for University Education, then they must look at what the teacher education framework that informed the diploma development is saying. And I can share with you principles, it is different. Because the teacher who is being trained at the diploma level is actually, if you visit them, is actually learning to become a facilitator, is given space to learn. They are being supported very well with the reformed constructive pedagogies to become a teacher who can facilitate. And so this slide for me is the most important, the next slide, because it tells you in our aligning the teacher education program to competence-based teacher education, we will have to pay attention to the professional courses, which now have increased to 13 if you look at the diploma program. The family education psychology remains, curriculum studies remains, ICC integration is big. We've got to have teachers who are in that space. Research is big for teachers because it is expected that a teacher can actually find out the issues that are happening within their schools and address those issues. Action research is a big thing. Where we were teaching education, we now have educational leadership and management. It's not just about education management, it's about leadership, because we expect these principles who are transformational. Then we'll have the other foundations of education like philosophy, contemporary issues, sociological issues of education will remain. But we'll need to have teachers who can be able to train their students to develop community service and learning programs. These are the new areas that are being brought by, or that are already captured in the diploma programs. And I can assure you some universities have already done this and they are in their second year or third year of implementing this. The teaching subjects will remain basically, but then how about practicum? Principles, you are being very central. Remember my first slide from Darlene Ahmud says, the teacher we train must be able to connect theory and practice. And we send, like now, most of our students are outside for teaching practice. What is the sufficiency of the learning, teaching practice in preparing the teacher? Principles. How long are you with those teacher trainees? 6 weeks, 8 weeks? Are those sufficient to transform them into teachers? We assess them a max of maybe 3 times, 2 times in each of the teaching subjects. Is that adequate? When you compare this with other professional careers, it appears as if in teacher education we have actually been saying a teacher has been assessed twice and they are good, and maybe the assessor is not an expert in the discipline. I come and assess Kiswahili, I'm an home science teacher, on and done education and done my PhD, and I comment there, the lesson was not good. One assessor assessed Kiswahili and it was in physics, and the comment in the assessment book was that the teacher was not organized. And I said, Lily, how did you know what the teacher was teaching in Kiswahili? You know, a teacher goes to assess French or German and you don't speak German. And I think this really what one of the things I really like about the teacher education, the framework that has been used to inform the diploma. Because the biggest reform, or where we are going to successfully transform our teacher trainees from theory into practice, is by enhancing practicum. We cannot do practicum, good quality practicum, without the principles. We cannot. Because these students, teacher trainees, will have to be, mentored, supported. I'm actually normally very humbled when a principal says, that teacher from your university did very, very well. Because they are there student teachers who are doing very well. But I can tell you the teacher trainees has to work very hard. Not necessarily really supported by the university which gave the theory. We are very good at the theory. But where are the teachers made? So we'll count on, in this reform agenda, we'll count on the support of principals to be able to give a practicum experience that is appropriate in where the student is given support to translate theory into practice. It is a Kiswahili teacher in a certain principal's school who knows how Kiswahili ought to be taught, because they have taught it for years, they understand it. They have mastered the pedagogy. And especially if this Kiswahili teacher also is going through continuous teacher professional development. Because if this Kiswahili teacher never is supported to develop their capacities to continue growing as teachers, embracing the changes, then it might not really work. And so you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that there isn't a space for us as deans of education and vice chancellors not to engage with the principals very, very closely to support us in this reform. And that's why, as I talk on behalf of other deans, I'm very happy to have been given this opportunity to appeal to each one of us and each one of you principals. When we come for support, I'm sure you'll support us. And so we are saying, or what I'm saying is that what must be done to support teacher education reforms, one of them, and I know this is big outside there, we must develop a competency-based teacher education framework that is aligned to basic education curriculum framework and the university curriculum-based framework, which is not there as yet. And we hopefully the universities, the Commission for University, will respond and give us a framework for university education. Then, of course, we are saying that the Commission for University Education should engage the key stakeholders. And these key stakeholders, I'm saying principals are part of them. It is you to tell us, the competence-based teacher education, what will be the requirements for entry? As a student goes to senior secondary, how will the structure of the program be like? How long will it be? I know there has been debates, will it be 5.5 years, 3 years, 4 years? We will engage and see which would be the most appropriate. It's not just the duration, it is the quality of the professional teacher that we produce that will matter. Then we need to train additional teacher educators, the holders of instructional methods. I can assure you there are very few teachers from schools who are coming back to do instructional methods in English, in mathematics, very few. Majority are coming either coming for counseling or leadership. But we are encouraging you principals to encourage teachers to affect you. It will involve you very heavily to support us there. And then during the practicum, the implication for this reform is that the principals would have to develop robust planning to support their teachers to engage in continuous professional development. In other words, as a principal, you must be able to know that without continuous teacher professional development, or TPD as we are calling it in Kenya, then your teachers will remain weak. So you'd have, as a principal, to say it is important. We speak good about continuous teacher professional development. If this is done, we'll have a robust, well-reformed teacher education reforms that are supported by the critical stakeholders who really are schools. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
A round of applause once more for Dr. please. Thank you, Dr. for the wonderful presentation. We really appreciate. And while you're still standing there, allow me to invite Principal Moigaus Marsabit and the Chair of Marsabit County to pass a vote of thanks.
Yeah, our National Chair, the international guests around with us, and all the delegates, good morning. My humble duty is to appreciate Madam Gitonga for what she has taken us through. Teacher management is a dynamic activity that goes on in our day-to-day activity. As a teacher, we are supposed to change with the changing world, and we are happy to hear that the universities are also aware of the change that is there, and they are also reforming the teacher training so that the learners who are the beneficiaries. I will now wish to appreciate Madam Gitonga in a special way. She's from University of Embu, on the slopes of Mount Kenya, and that is an area that receives heavy rainfall, and there are a lot of flowers that grow in that area. And I'm sure as a female lecturer, she will enjoy receiving flowers from us. Specifically, let's give her rose. How do we give her? Rose flowers. And I don't know whether it is a coincidence. Our session chair is from Eastern. I don't know whether it is a coincidence. Our session chair is from Eastern. Madam is from Eastern. I'm from Eastern. So this is an Eastern affair. So tumpimie madam, tumpimie kila moja, tuweke maua gani? Roses. Kwa hivyo tutanyunyuzia maji ikwe some perfumes kuipatia harufu nzuri. Vigelegele ladies, tumwangushie. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you very much.
I have a small gift for you.
Thank you.
From Kesha.
Wonderful.
What a round of applause. Let's appreciate. Thank you so much, madam, for such a wonderful presentation. Can we repeat that mode of saying thank you? It's a bit emotional. I was standing on the east side. So let's start again. Then you are doing this. Give us the backing of the keyboard so that it becomes a bit emotional. Yeah, it needs to be emotional. Now let's give them. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Now we've been sitting for so long. Let's stand up kidogo. Let us just get an energizer before we move into the next session. Let's all stand up. We have our lovely band, and there's a song we used to sing when we were children, okay? So the song goes like this. Everybody put your hands on your head, If you don't have a head, don't feel uncomfortable, just put your hands down. So put your hands on your head. So the song used to go like this. Nasikia kichwa, tumbo na mgongo, kifua nama. I want to see you going down. Kifua nama. For the sake of our diaspora friend, we go head, shoulder, back and front, hands and knees, forever, ever, ever. Okay, you'll follow us now. Let's go. Nasikia kichwa, tumbo na kifua, mikono. Haya, twende haraka kidogo. Nasikia kichwa. Umenifuata ukapotea. Let's start again. Nasikia. You still got it wrong. Okay, without singing. 1, 2, 3. Nasikia. Come on, clap for yourselves. You may wish to take your seats. Thank you so much. Now, before we move to the next part, just be there, don't leave. Before we move to the next part, it's a privilege to have Prof, the Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University. Let's appreciate him as he comes up to say hi to us. Prof, karibu sana. We love you. We are glad to have you here. Karibu tusalimie.
Thank you very much. I want to say I was not really in the program, but I also want to say I appreciate the chair, the deputy chair or the vice chair, the executive, and all the principals that are here. I'm really excited to be here. First of all, I want to say that I'm part of you. I've been not a principal. I've been a teacher. In all the areas, I've been a primary school teacher, secondary school teacher. I did not have the opportunity to be a principal, but I'm really very happy to be here because I know almost 80% of the principals who are here have gone through Kenyatta University. I also want to say, yes, 80%. And I think you can put up your hand if you went through Kenyatta University. Yes, I think it's 90. I also want to say that probably I may be able to have 10 or more principals who are my students. If you are my student, you can put up your hand. So you can see I'm very, very happy and I feel gifted. What I was going to say within 10 minutes is, first of all, has been actually said very well by Dr. Gitonga. So mine will be really to supplement what Dr. Gitonga has said. First of all, I want to talk about teaching. You know very well that one of the excellencies of Kenyatta University is teacher education. And in teacher education, we are very, very serious. Whatever changes that has to be there, all the time we have to think about quality. Quality teachers means quality education. So I want to say specifically that Kenyatta University is doing very well. We still continue to having many students coming for education, and that is why we take it very, very seriously. I want to specifically talk about practicum. Yes, we at Kenyatta University know that there has to be theory and there has to be practicals. And we are saying we are very, very serious when it comes to practicums. I want to agree with Dr. Gitonga that actually the issue of preparing a teacher, it is not just the university. We do our bit, but we really rely very heavily on the teachers in the secondary schools, and particularly the principals. In Kenyatta University, we have 2 sessions, and these 2 sessions is what we have found working. After the CBC, we realized that we need to reinforce the practical aspect of our teaching. So we have 2 sessions. We have what we call practicum. We used to call it observation, where the second years would go out and observe the experienced teachers teaching. The second one is now what we are calling teaching practice, where the person who has been taken through theory is now asked to go and practice. And obviously in Kenyatta University, we have many students. Currently, we have over 5,000 students who are out there on teaching practice. And we don't have the capacity. Yes, we have teachers, we have professors who are actually training them, but we rely very heavily on the teachers on the ground. And that is why I want to say I'm here, because I want us to continue working together. In the schools, we have mentors. These are people who have worked with Kenyatta University, and actually they take care of our students when they are out there. They are the ones who help us to supervise. It's a very expensive business. Right now, we are using, we have spent about 35 million just to make sure that our students are taken care of very well. So my prayer for the principals is to help us, first of all, to get those mentors, those who are working with our teachers, those who are going to help them to become teachers. So mine is to say, when we bring our student to you, please make sure that you take care of them. You make sure that they are given those nitty and gritty areas where you may not get at the university. So, as Dr. Gitonga has said, actually, we may not be able to train if we don't cooperate with you. And I'm sure that is going to be done. The second aspect of what I wanted to talk about is the new teacher professional development. You remember, this started in, I think, 2021. Kenyatta University is one of those institutions that are expected to help the teachers to go through that new program. It is basically to make sure that teachers are updated. Any small change that comes, and there are going to be many, it is going to be taken care of through that program. And we are saying, please, teachers, try to enroll, trying to make sure that we are ready to be updated all the time. So again, we are appealing to the teachers to enroll and make sure you take the program. It is because this is what is going to be actually used to update you regularly. So I'm told I don't have any more time, but I think I have made my plea that the teachers try to make sure that you enroll, and Kenyatta University is ready, and we are ready to go. As the TSC looks at some of the challenges, I think it is important that we continue enrolling and registering for this program. With those very few remarks, once again, I feel gifted for standing in front of you, knowing that we are going to work together. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
I think we can do again. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Prof as he goes down. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the band to be standby. As the band is on standby, I want to call one of our also sponsors, been with us for many years, and we want to appreciate the work you do with us. I want to invite Mr. Wanjohi, who is the Sales and Marketing Director at Isuzu East Africa, to come and address us for a few minutes. Then our band will pick it over, then we receive the CIC as we move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have my slides somewhere? Oh, they'll be here. So, good morning all. I think it's, you had, my name is Kangangi Wanjohi from Isuzu East Africa. Very, very happy to be here. We've worked very, very closely with this team over years. Every time we come to a car park like now, and we see all the Isuzu buses there, we are really proud because of all the support that you people are giving us. So I had a short presentation. Okay, good. So I'll be very brief when I MC. So Isuzu, we are based somewhere on Mombasa Road, just before the airport. We've been assembling vehicles there since 1975, the vehicles that you drive around. We are owned primarily by Isuzu Motors in Japan, but we do have a local shareholding. We've got the government through KDC, Kenya Development Corporation, and Centum. So we are a local company. Let's go on. So this is just our purpose statement. We just want to be leaders in transport solutions and in customers for life. And those of you who've got our buses can attest to this. In terms of our core values, customers obviously are the center of everything we do, but also relationships are very, very important for us, making sure that every relationship we get into is a win-win relationship. And that's why, like the relationship we've had with you people for so long, we really appreciate. And obviously, we also make sure that as much as possible, excellence is a core value of ours. We want to make sure that the vehicle that we are assembling at Mombasa Road is exactly the same quality as the vehicle that we are doing in Fujisawa in Japan, by making sure that we do everything in a very excellent manner. Who's moving the slides for me? Is it? Yeah, so in terms of the value chain, I'll just talk briefly about when you buy one of those vehicles, one of those Isuzu buses, we assemble it on Mombasa Road, like I've said, on Enterprise Road. We've got people that supply us various components, springs, exhausts, seats, a lot of them, a lot of suppliers across industrial area that we support and make sure that they are up to standards. We do have bodybuilders. I think all of you would know bodybuilders that we work with and make sure that they are certified to Isuzu standards. But we also work very closely with partners like the financing companies and the insurance companies. So it's a big sort of a value chain that we keep working at growing to optimize the benefits to our economy. So I just want to talk very briefly about this. The biggest one here is we are very deliberate about making sure that a lot of that vehicle has local content. So a lot of our vehicles have local content of up to 40%, about 40 to 60% local content, and it's something that we work very, very closely to make sure that we get right. But the other thing we do a lot with the institutions, including Kenyatta University, is technology and skills transfer. We partner with various institutions, universities, but also TVETs, polytechnics, to train the students to make sure that the course content is relevant for industry. We do a lot to make sure we encourage girls to take STEM courses. Our MD is a Kenyan lady called Rita Kavasi, and she's very passionate about making sure that girls get into technical courses. And of course, we talk about internship programs that we work on. So just mentioning those to just give you a flavor for a bit more about who we are as you buy that Isuzu vehicle. I've just got here some of the solutions that we've got. I think the yellow ones are the ones that will be famous among this group, but we got pickups, we got SUVs, and we've got a lot of trucks, including matatu, sand harvesting, all these vehicles made for Kenya, and that's an important point because they do take quite a bit of abuse, but they are very durable. They stay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to the band for allowing us to do a jig and remembering our shoulders. The Luyas will always want to shake the shoulders and the other areas, which is very good. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for our team of directors to come in, because it's going to be a discussion, allow me to introduce one of our guests whom we invited to come and share with us on international perspective whenever there is a change in curriculum. What is the expectation? Ladies and gentlemen, this person I'm about to introduce is the president of the International Confederation of Principals, where the head of the executive, where I sit as Africa's representative. He is a teacher. He has been a head teacher, supporting various activities in teaching and learning. He's done a lot of research. Currently, he's a professor at a university whose details he'll be giving. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Professor Peter Kent, President of the International Confederation of Principals. Welcome. I noticed he can also shake the shoulders very well.
Well, good morning, everybody. Mr. Chairman, members of Kesha Executive, members of the Ministry, guests and sponsors, and of course all of you, fellow head teachers and school leaders. Thank you for your invitation to come to your conference. It's a privilege to be with you. This is my first visit to Kenya. And when I told my friends and colleagues in England that I was coming here, everyone who had already been to Kenya told me, you will really enjoy it. It is a wonderful country. And they were right. I was actually very impressed that when my wife and I went, our plane landed on Sunday in Nairobi, it was cloudy and raining. So thank you for arranging for the weather to be just like England as I arrived. I am so excited that next year, as you've already heard, ICP's convention is going to be here in Mombasa. And already, all of us in the international leadership community are so excited to be coming to Kenya next year, to Mombasa. And we do hope that many of you will join us next year at the ICP convention. Just before I begin to say more, I wanted to mention 4 things about myself. So perhaps we could have what would be, I think, our second slide, please. And move on, please. Just back one. There we go. If I could just tell you 4 things about myself by way of introduction. Firstly, I was a head teacher in England for 23 years. Which even in the English system is quite a long time. That's my school there, Lawrence Sheriff School in Rugby. And we're just round the corner from the well-known Rugby School. I only stepped down from the role so I could take on being ICP president. The second thing I wanted to mention, if we could have our next slide please, is that I became involved in ICP in 2015, when I was president of the Association of School and College Leaders, which is the English equivalent of Kesha. So I know firsthand how important it is to have an association as wonderful as Kesha that represents the voice of secondary school leaders. And that's why it's so wonderful to be with you today. Could I have our next slide, please? The third thing to mention is that ICP is the only group in the world that brings together schools school leaders from right across the world, a global voice for school leadership. I was elected ICP president when we had our previous convention in Shanghai in 2019. There is one last thing I want to mention about me before we start thinking about curriculum change and management. The last detail is this. We could have our next slide, please. And that is that I come from Liverpool and I still support the football team of the same name. I couldn't let the visit pass without telling you that. Here we go. We're going to think about two related points. The first is some of the things that are driving curriculum change around the world. Some may be very relevant to the situation here in Kenya, some slightly less so. But I wanted to give you the full picture, and you will recognize parts of what I say as being similar to your experience. Others may be slightly different, but they may just be interesting to hear about. If I just go back one. When we met together as a group of ICP leaders a year or so ago, these were some of the things we agreed mattered about the curriculum. I was particularly struck by that second bullet point, the importance of what is the agreed knowledge for society. In England, Professor Mick Waters wrote the foreword to the English national curriculum, and he said the curriculum is a really precious document because it is the learning that our society has decided should be put before it's young. And all of us, as holders of the curriculum, as messengers who are passing it on, we have a really important and a really special role to play in passing on that learning and that knowledge to the young. And we've already heard about some of that, how that's been reflected in the next generation of our teachers. And I've seen already what good hands that education of our next generation is in here in Kenya. But if we can move on to the next slide, please. Of course, some of those principles of what a strong curriculum should be have been interrupted, have been disrupted wherever we are around the world. The pandemic disrupted what could be taught, how it could be taught, and where it could be taught. And now, as schools get themselves moving again, wherever they are in the world, as they return to face-to-face education, the pandemic has had a continuing impact upon the curriculum that schools are able to offer. Let me just give you two examples. In England, there is a big emphasis on catch-up and making sure that children are taught more of the core subjects that they've missed during the lockdown, during the pandemic. So in England, we are putting on even more lessons in subjects such as English and mathematics and science particularly. That's one approach to dealing with the pandemic. However, there is a second philosophy in other parts of the world, which is that the pandemic is available. Remote learning is also having an impact on the curriculum. Around the world, during the pandemic, when schools were closed, remote learning meant different things. It might have meant worksheets or passing on an essay title. It might have meant, in some parts of the world, Europe and elsewhere, some lessons taking place over the internet, over Zoom. broadly speaking, most leaders in ICP agreed that the lockdown, that remote learning was far inferior to what students could learn face to face. And as we've heard already in our presentations today, there was a huge issue of getting students to return to school once schools had been closed for a period of time. However, there has been some research from the Organisation of Economic Cooperation and Development that some positives came out of the remote learning that took place during the lockdown. If we could have our next slide, please. For example, that students in some parts of the world learned to take greater responsibility for their own learning, were better at doing research if they had access to the internet. So some of those positives have gone into the curriculum as students have returned to school. Two more factors that are driving curriculum change. If you could just move it on, move the slide on. Sorry, back one. In some parts of the world, there is a questioning of what matters in the curriculum. Countries such as Singapore, Finland, Australia are placing greater emphasis on softer skills, on skills that will help students to be more employable, such as problem solving, group work, personal development, and they are giving less time to some of the core subjects, such as mathematics and science. That's not the case everywhere. In my own country, in England, if anything, as we've already heard, more time is being given to the basics, not less. There is also a changing view of assessment. If we could move on, please. If we can move the slide on. A changing view of assessment. That's right, back one, but to the assessment slide, thank you. It should be, in a perfect world, that first of all, we decide what we want to teach, what we want to be in the curriculum, and then we make a decision on how it should be assessed. But that is in a perfect world. We know that in reality, very often, how the curriculum is going to be assessed, what exams are going to be used, or the style of examination, then influences what is included in the curriculum. And we're seeing different directions around the world in terms of assessing the curriculum. Even countries that are known for very high achievement and attainment, such as Singapore, are questioning the use that they are making of exams and are trying to bring in greater use of other forms of assessment into their curriculum, such as the use of continuous assessment or essays. There are some parts of the world, such as Scotland and Wales, which are questioning whether exams at the age of 16 are appropriate at all, and trying to move completely to various forms of continuous assessment. Again, in my own country, in the UK, as so often is the case at the moment, they head in the opposite direction, and they're actually making less use of essays and continuous assessment and more use of examinations. So around the world, there are differing views of assessment, some making more use of exams, some making less. And this is change and reshape the curriculum as we go along, as we go on. And there's one final influence on curriculum change around the world that I wanted to mention, and that is this. I want to move on to the second part of Watchment in response to all of this. Here is some thoughts, time together and to learn from one another. A linked theme of this that we've already heard about this morning is wherever we are around the world, there is a renewed emphasis on teacher development and also on the development of leaders. This, I thought, was a lovely quote from one of my colleagues in China that we work with in ICP. We need to create fully prepared teachers and leaders to meet the needs of the new era. We've heard about change that is coming here in Kenya, but change is coming wherever we are in the world. There is no system around the world that is saying, do you know what, things are fine and we don't expect there to be much change. Wherever we are, education is rapidly changing, whether it's because of artificial intelligence or whatever else. And because of that, we need the best and the most up-to-date training to help us prepare for it. Here's an example. We just move the slide on, please. Here's an example from the system of professional learning and development that's used in England, where they brought in a system where teachers and then leaders are trained or offered high-quality professional development from the moment they enter the profession, as they leave university or college, right through their careers until the point that they become leaders, and then head teachers and principals, and then, as happens in the English system, perhaps leading a group of schools. The idea is there is a system that looks after their development, whatever stage they are in their career. And if I give you one example, the last thing I did on Friday in Rugby, where I live, before I packed my bags to come to Kenya, was to lead a session for trainee head teachers on the National Professional Qualification for Head Teachers. And I had about 20 or 25 trainee head teachers with me in my former school in Rugby, and we were actually teaching them about curriculum and about leading curriculum change. And these were some of the things that we were going through with them on Friday, looking at their curriculum, how it fitted in with the values of the school, the values of the government, the values of the nation, and how they were using professional development. A couple of final changes to mention to you as I draw the talk together. It was great to see in your program that you have a presentation on Thursday on student voice and hearing from student leaders. And we are noticing that this is something that's happening around the world, and it's brilliant to see it reflected in your conference. And I know that your chair, Mr. Indamuli, has already contributed to this work in ICP, and we heard from Kenyan students at our last council in Singapore. Wherever we are in the world, students are being invited to take more of a role in the management of schools, both about details to do with health and safety, as you've got on Thursday, and in some cases on things very directly related to the curriculum, what they think they should be taught, how lessons are going, what could be developed and improved. After all, they are the recipients, they are very well placed to give opinion and feedback. And I thought, as we draw some of this together, is that, of course, in all of this change, in all of these new ideas about managing schools, about managing change, one of the most crucial things we need to do is to look after ourselves as leaders. There is an Australian professor called Professor Phil Riley, who's developed a principal well-being barometer that is used across the world, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Ireland, Finland, and wherever it's used, it's a survey of principals and head teachers, the same results are found. That school leaders have never felt under so much pressure. That the demands of the job, and particularly managing schools during the pandemic and in this period of change coming out of a pandemic, means that we need to look after our leaders so that we can cherish them and nurture them, keep them in the job that they're doing so well, and that we can all play a role in preparing the next generation of leaders. It was really well put by my predecessor as ICP president, the late and very much missed Alta van Heerden from Cape Town in South Africa. And her comment, I think, is spot on. That health and well-being needs to be at the forefront of all the decisions we take. Yes, for our teachers, but also for each one of you, for our leaders. That we need to think about you and making sure that your well-being is looked after. Which takes me to the point that draws all of this together. That curriculum change, the changing structures of management work best in an atmosphere of trust. It's wonderful today to see the way that you as school leaders, as head teachers, work with your national government, work with universities, work with sponsors in partnership, in an atmosphere of trust. I wish sometimes in England that we had that same sense of trust and partnership. And that has to be the way forward for all of us. And again, this quote, this point from Alta van Heerden puts it beautifully. Above all, let's trust the judgment of teachers and leaders, of each one of you, because so often we know what is best for the children and for the young people who are in our care. So we've seen that in the words of Bob Dylan, the times are changing. Changing curriculum, changing ways of managing the curriculum. It's wonderful to see all of you coming together today to discuss how you can best respond to that change that is happening around the world. And having met so many of you and looking forward to meeting more of you, I know that that process of change in Kenya is in such good hands. It is a privilege to have had this opportunity to speak to you today, and I wish you every success for the future, and I look forward to seeing you next year at ICP's conference. Thank you so much.
Wow, another round of applause to President of the International Confederation of Principals. Thank you very much, Peter. I think in your talk I didn't realize you also share a lot of challenges that we too in Kenya do have. Teacher shortage, finances. I thought you people are even better in terms of capacity of the teachers. But thank you very much for sharing with us. I'm sure we will pick out some of those highlights so that as we prepare our resolutions, we will be picking them to see what can we learn from the experience of us across England, issues from Australia and the rest. Thank you for that vast experience. Once again, a round of applause to Peter. There's one statement that you've said, issues of trust. Trust the judgment of teachers and leaders. I think the country has had. Because one thing we lack is trusting. Sometimes principals are not trusted, teachers are not trusted, but we've been told for the education sector to succeed, trust what? The judgment of teachers and school leaders. Thank you very much. Allow us to give you a small token of appreciation on behalf of Kenya Secondary School Heads Association. Thank you. Another round of applause as Peter takes his seat. I want to assure Peter that Kenya is doing everything possible to make sure that we give the world a memorable conference in 2024. All our minister has been informed, everybody is aware, and we are going to work together with the Kenya government to ensure that our delegates will be safe in Kenya. We are also going to work with you round the clock, and I want to tell members that we are working to get one of the top educationists in the world to be one of our guest speakers next year, and that is Steve Mandi. So once again, we are looking forward to a memorable conference. Asanteni, and thank you very much. Yes. I know now our directors are in, but as they prepare to come forward, let me hand over to... Yeah. You are helped. And a very energy. Let me just get...
Sawa. Thank you, our chairman and Prof. Kent. Thank you for that message. Colleagues, I think we are moving towards the session of our directors, but kindly allow me to invite at least 2 sponsors, then we invite our directors. Now, National Health Insurance Fund, this is your time. Where are you? So if they are not around, we move on. Then Vale Energy. Karibu, madam.
All right, good morning. Good morning again. My name is Anne Kibor on behalf of NHIF to do a brief presentation on Eduafia. All right. So first of all, I want to thank Kesha for this opportunity and the Ministry of Education. I also want to recognize the important role that the principals play in the implementation of Eduafia. And I'll just do a brief presentation to highlight on the Eduafia so that we can catch up on where we are, what our role is, and continue working together to make sure Eduafia is successful. So first of all, NHIF was contracted by the Ministry of Education to manage Eduafia, the comprehensive medical insurance scheme for public secondary schools called Eduafia. And the cover started in May 2018, and it covers all students in public secondary schools. Now, to be eligible for Eduafia, you should be registered with the NEMI system, and I know it's the role of the schools to register the students. When we admit our Form 1 students, we register them in the NEMI system, issue a UPI number, capture the required details, and once they are captured into the system, there's a link in the NEMI system that allows you to register the students with NHIF. Now, this cover covers the student only. It does not cover any other dependent. Now, what is our role in terms of registration? So first of all, when you issue the UPI number to the student, when you're capturing when they're being admitted, the details that are required, as you're aware, include the details of the student, the biodata, and the details of the guardian or the parents. Once those details are captured, then there is a link in the NEMI system that is actually submitted to NHIF, and that allows the school to register the student through an automated link. I think we are aware now that we don't capture the students manually. We capture them through the automated link, and the NHIF number issued is displayed in the NEMI system, the account for that student. And we've given an example just for demonstration. You can see for this child, we've blocked out the name because she's a minor, but you can see there's an NHIF number displayed in her NEMIS account. If you go to the next slide, you will see that there is another NHIF account. The same student has an NHIF account with the same details. So we'd like to urge the principals to assist us in ensuring that once the details are captured for each student in the NEMIS database, we complete the data by including the parents and the guardians' details and submitting them to NHIF, so that when our learners go to hospitals, they are able to access services without any delay. Now, some of the challenges we've had in terms of registration is incomplete data. You find some students don't have the parents' details, or the details have been captured but they've not been submitted using the link to NHIF. Another challenge we have is incorrect dates of birth. So we have students that are 1 day old, 1 year old, 2 years old. So kindly assist us in ensuring that this data is accurate. Now, when the students go to hospital, we require that they have a letter that has the details of the student, including the name, the UPI number, which is very important, because the UPI number is what the healthcare providers use to search for that student's NHIF account in the system so that they are able to treat them. Now, when you give a student a letter, it's important that you ensure the UPI number quoted is the correct one so that they are able to be identified in the hospital. Next slide, please. So when we send our students to the hospitals, what do we require? When the students are in school during the school term, we request that a letter from the principal is done that includes the name, the age, the gender, the name of the school, and the UPI number of that specific student. Now, when the students are away at home, we know that they are not with you, so we do not require a letter from the principal, but we require the birth certificate copy and the UPI number so that the student can also be treated at the hospital. Now, let me do a summary of the benefit. The benefit is a comprehensive benefit that our learners access through the various hospitals that NHIF has contracted. The benefit includes the outpatient cover, the inpatient cover, dental and optical, overseas treatment for those who need to seek services outside the country, radiology services. This includes X-rays, MRI, CT scans, and such. We also have the drug and substance abuse rehabilitation package, which is important for those students who are struggling with substance abuse. We also have a cover for chronic illnesses, things like high blood pressure, heart conditions, and such. We also cover renal dialysis for those students who have chronic kidney failure. Then we also have evacuation services, which includes emergency road evacuation offered by Red Cross or E+. We also have emergency air evacuation that helps with students who are in far-flung areas. The last benefit we have there is test for organ donors for those students who require organ donation. Next slide. Now, allow me to highlight details of what we call the non-medical benefits. The Duafia cover also has a benefit for in the unfortunate death of a student, then NHIF shall pay the next of kin what we call the last expense of funeral cover of 100,000 shillings. And this is paid upon receipt of a duly filled claim form, which I know is in the NEMI system. You're able to download. That claim form has to be filled by the next of kin, the principal, and the CDE, and attach a copy of the burial permit. When this is done, the documents are forwarded to the Ministry of Education headquarters, who forward the claims to NHIF for processing. A similar process is applicable for group life. Group life is, in addition to last expense, NHIF shall pay upon the death of a student 400,000 shillings, which is life insurance. Now, the same claim form that was filled for last expense is also used for group life. We require original burial permit, death certificate, and birth certificate. Once we receive these documents in NHIF, we pay this benefit to the declared next of kin. Now, the cover has a few exclusions, which I think is important that you are aware about, what the cover does not pay for. We have cosmetic or beauty treatment. We have laser eye surgery. Frames and laces are currently covered in facilities that are contracted to NHIF. We do not cover massage. We don't cover treatment by chiropractors, acupuncturists, and herbalists, or treatment of any injury, disease, or illness arising from a specified exclusion. And lastly, we do not cover claims arising from non-contracted facilities. NHIF contracts facilities to cover our students, and those facilities are available in the NHIF website. Next slide. I think I'm done. All right. So if you want to know the facilities that students can access services, you can visit the NHIF website and you'll see the listed facilities. So we request the principals kindly assist us with the registration of all the students and also informing the parents and the students of their UPI numbers, because it is critical that they are aware of the UPI number, because it's their way to access the benefit, whether they're in school or they're at home. Thank you very much.
Madam. Thank you. Better clap for NHIF. Madam, thank you. NHIF, thank you for always sponsoring us. And we want to appreciate you in a small way. Thank you. Thank you. Now, allow me to call one more sponsor, and this is Applica Limited. Karibu. Please observe time, 10 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we can also have the slides, please. Thank you. If we can have the slides for Applica. So as they get that ready, I'd just like to say a huge hello and greetings. Like our professor, I also came from London a few days ago, and it's a pleasure to be here today. I'd just like to acknowledge the organizers. It's a wonderful conference. I've never been on such a massive platform, so it's a real honor to be here with you today. And we are delighted to be here to share about what we have been doing in the UK. And myself, my name is Anthony Wambua. I'm actually from Kenya, and I've spent some time in the UK where we've developed something that we want to share with you today. So I think they should have it ready. Is it ready? Okay. It would be great if we can see it here, if that's okay. Thank you so much. So just to kick things off, Applica is an organization that works to help schools and support them to work more efficiently. And our vision is exactly that. We have been working with schools over the last 10 years to give them tools that can help them to be more efficient. And if we go to the next slide. So just to tell you a little bit more about myself briefly, so you know my background, where I'm coming from. So I actually left Kenya in 1997. That's me and my sister. And you can see I'm not as cute as I used to be, sadly. But when I've left there, I've been in the UK education system. And through the education system, I became a teacher. I taught for a number of years. And I actually left the education system to actually work for Applica, which is an organization that's creating software that works with schools in a number of different ways. And it's really my pleasure here today to share that with you. If we go next slide. Thank you so much. Next one, please. So Applica, we're working with over 1,200 schools, and we're mainly based in the UK, but we're also launched internationally, and we're really focusing now on Kenya and expanding in the east of Africa. And we're working with schools from all ages, so from the youngest students all the way through to secondary and college as well. Next slide. So some of the key benefits, because I wanted today to be really interactive, and I wanted you to see practically what we're doing with schools and how you can benefit, how your teachers, how your parents can benefit. So the way that I would summarize what we do is we are helping schools to transform how they engage their parents. So we've just heard in the previous presentation the importance of data, collecting accurate data in a way that it doesn't allow any clashes. All the students will be able to have the class, the subject that they've selected, which will, as you can imagine, will save everybody such a great amount of time and make the process easier for parents as well. And if you go to the next slide, just as I start to finish. So we have a stand in the sponsor area. So we do have a promotion as we are launching in Kenya. We already have a number of schools, but up until the 31st of July, if you want to try and start to use the system, we've got those promotional things going on with additional discounts and no setup fee. And finally, if you go to the last slide, if you'd like to find out more on the next slide, you can come and see us at our stand. We're bright blue and orange, and you can also contact us on that number where we have a representative who will be able to actually come and visit your school. So once again, I just want to thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers, and I hope that's something that you'll find interesting. Thank you.
Let's clap for Applica. Thank you, Applica, for that very good message that you have given us. We really appreciate. Now, we want to go to the session of our directors. As you can see, they are already seated here for us. So at that juncture, allow me to welcome the session chair, who is the chair, the county
of the issues you feel maybe you don't know much about the Ministry of Education and so forth. However, because of time limitations, we are going to ask that you make write-ups on any questions that you may wish to give to them, so that we pick the same, and the answers will be given tomorrow. They will go through them, then the answers will be given tomorrow. We will give them a forum to give answers to your questions. So then allow me to call upon our Director Secondary, Mr. Paul Kibet, so that he is able to introduce the other directors within the ministry and maybe be able to say exactly what they do. It is also a forum for us to know our directors, because I know quite a number of us may not be knowing who our directors are or in charge of what. And therefore, this is a forum that we also need to know our directors, so that we know exactly how many directors are there and what are their functions. So to this end, allow me now to call our director. As he comes, please let's put our hands to invite, as we welcome our Director Secondary, Mr. Paul Kibet. 1, 2, thank you. Karibu sana sir.
Thank you, Session Chair, the Chair of Kesha, all delegates, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are here to interact as we always do in our forum, and I have the pleasure to bring to us my colleagues from the Ministry of Education headquarters. And before I do that, I would like to acknowledge also that we do not operate from the headquarters only. Our offices are right across the country, and we have officers in the field. And I would like to ask the officers in the field please to stand. We have sub-county directors, and we have county directors, we have regional directors. Please stand. Great. Let's give a hand clap to them. Maybe I was not properly organized there. Let me see the regional directors who are there. Please raise your hand. Please, the others just continue standing. The regional directors. Yes, those are the ones in charge of regions. Thank you. You can stand, the regional directors. County directors, there you are. That's good. Thank you so much. You may sit. Sub-county directors, yes, we have. Thank you so much. You may have your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by appreciating the great role that you are doing as managers of education. And Prof has said that we must be able to trust the teacher and the education leaders. And I believe that as the chair has said, the nation or the country is listening. Because when you get things right in education, everything else is right. And because of time, I have been accompanied by other directors and those who are representing our directors. I will give each one of them time to say their name, speak briefly about their docket and their expectations towards you as school managers. Apologies from the Director General, Dr. Elias Abdi. He couldn't be able to make because he's the one who was supposed to be leading the delegation of directors. So I will ask the directors who are here to speak briefly about them, and then after that I'll wrap up by saying something about secondary education, because basically that is why we're here. Directors, please. I think we can begin from the farthest end, coming this way. Please, look.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Luke Shiroya. I work with the Minister of Education as it is in the Directorate of Quality Assurance and Standards. This is a directorate that in the past used to be called the Inspectorate. And now it is Quality Assurance and Standards because we are coming to the people. Quality assurance is adapting a new way of assuring quality in education. Yes. The IBQA, the institutional best quality assurance, is coming to you, and therefore the head teachers down the line will be expected to assist this directorate to ensure that quality that is given in our schools, the standard that is given in our schools has the quality that is required. That is all the director asked me to say about this, and that is all. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Sorry. My name is Abdi, Maulid Abdi, Deputy Director in charge of Special Needs Education, representing the Director Special Needs Education. The Ministry, through this Directorate of Special Needs Education, takes care of learners with special needs, right from pre-primary, primary, secondary, up to colleges. That's what we are in charge of. We do assessments, placements, and we do also funding for those learners with special needs in our special schools. Currently, we have more than 146,000 learners in integrated and special schools that the ministry does some funding and or disbursements of competition grants. We have about more than 5,000, actually let's say 14,000 in our secondary schools, and we have got more than 37 special primary schools which are boarding, and we do take care of them in terms of capitation. Thank you very much.
Well, our chief guest, colleague directors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Well, I am Stephen Sugut. Stephen Sugut works with the Ministry of Education, based in a directorate called Directorate of Field Coordination and Co-Curricular Activities. I am representing my director, Bwana Hassan Duale, who is out on official duty. And this directorate has two main functions. One is coordinating the field. Two is coordinating co-curricular activities. So those are basically our functions. And what we do in co-curricular activities is that the directorate is in charge of coordinating and making sure that activities run from the school level, the sub-county level, the county level, and national level, and finally, we have the East Africa level. So our teams normally compete with the rest of the members of the East African states, like Ethiopia, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, And this year, basically, we are going to visit Rwanda. We shall be in Huye, in Rwanda, for East African competition for ball games. And drama will be in Uganda. So the Directorate releases the calendar for all the national activities before the start of every academic year. That is what we normally do before the start of every academic year, so that we are guided on the flow of activities across the board. So all the activities that we undertake are music, drama, football, I mean sports in both primary and secondary, and we have SNE sports also. So this year, the activities resumed in full swing after the 3 years interruptions by what we all are aware of, the COVID-19 pandemics. So all the scheduled first-term activities were held, and now we are looking forward for the second-term activities that are now at the preliminary stages. So it is good. And one of our achievements, just like I've mentioned, is the resumption of activities. And we thank God that now we are running, and we are looking forward to increasing our participation in all the disciplines. So the national winners in drama, just like I've said, in drama and games, are going to participate this year in Rwanda and in Uganda. So Kenya has continuously been winning in these regional competitions. We are always number one. See, we can clap for ourselves. Thank you. So I normally like it this way. Utaachilia moja na isikutane. Utaachilia hivi. You know, it is not a mean achievement. Mnafanya tu rap hapana. Hebu achilia moja. Beautiful. Thank you. So all winners also in science and engineering fair. I forgot to mention that we also coordinate KSF, Kenya Science and Engineering Fair. This year they are representing us in USA for their exhibitions. And also they also are going to visit South Africa for the same. That is also something good, something worth smiling. And all this is because of you. It is because of your leadership, because of your coordination at the school level. So we also make sure that schools are funded through the activities, through the activity for the head of the free day secondary education funds. But however, some of the money is retained at the Ministry of Education headquarters, which assist in funding the activities at the sub-county level, the county level, and the regional levels. So the money is then released to the 3 cadres that I've mentioned, the sub-county, the county, and the regional level to run the same. So this money is expected to fund the drama activities that I've mentioned, to fund feeding and water for participants, allowances for referees, umpires, adjudicators, judges, and so on, just but to mention a few. Then preparations of the fields, and so on and so forth. Now, COVID really messed us up, because before COVID, we were looking forward to the Treasury was supposed to give us 700 million to run the program, but after the COVID, the money came down to 226 million, which is way far much below our expectation. But in future, I think if our CS is working on this, right now as I speak, there is a survey that has gone down to our sub-counties, counties, and regions, just but to see how our budgets are downward so that they can be improved and enhanced in future as we move forward. So that is it for coordination of co-curricular. So coordination of fields, what we do is actually making sure that our schools, we have the land titling for our education institutions, that is school land. We also coordinate education in emergencies, EIE. We give some, we work with the partners so that if there are issues, they are intervened. Then preparation of funding documents for operation of field offices. Those are what we call the AIs for our field offices. And also we have something we call chaplaincy. So we are doing our chaplaincy guideline, and this is the document that is now almost out, so that it will assist to make our learners grow up in the best ways morally. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So my name is Elijah Mungai. I coordinate projects at the ministry. So we are called Projects Coordination and Delivery. And I wanted to respond to the President first. Here in our country, the partners trust us. The donors trust us. So we have a very big portfolio as a country, and most of the programs are targeting quality improvement, transition, retention, relevance, and all that. And why we went the direction of our directorate is because we wanted people who are committed full-time to running the ministry projects and make sure they are completed within certain timelines, and so that the beneficiaries can get maximum benefits of the projects. So what do? We design the projects, we look for resources, and we implement the projects. That is basically what we do on a day-to-day activity. As we speak, my dear colleagues, you know we have 3 active projects which you are helping us implement. One has been ongoing from 2017, and it is ending next year, December. And that project is referred to Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project. And within that project, we were able to recruit 18,000 scholars who you are managing in your schools. And we are also putting up infrastructure in terms of classrooms, laboratories, and toilets, and some water sources. And we have also been able to distribute quite a chunk of textbooks to complement what the ministry, the bigger ministry, is doing in terms of textbooks. My appeal this morning on that project is that when you see us delaying releasing school fees for those children are destitute. They are orphans. Don't keep them away from school. We are the parents. The government is the parent. Even if we delay in disbursing the fees, we will still pay. That is my appeal to you. My second appeal to you on that project is the constructions have been ongoing since last year. We have been told by management, before we start exams this year, the constructions should be complete. So let's work hard with our contractors and see how they can fasten their steps. We are also doing so from our side. The second project that I want to mention is Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Program. We started last year. This one is going on until 2026. You might ask, what do you have to do with a primary education project? Last year, if you recall, and this year, we have again recruited 20,000 scholars within that program to benefit from scholarships. Again, the appeal I have made on SECIP, I still make it on KPL. Help us retain those children in school. And if one disappears, make an effort of following up and checking where they are. It is still also very relevant to you, this project, because within it, we will be supporting the junior secondary in terms of what we are calling learning resource centers or laboratories, the language that we are used to. So we will be coming to you shortly once we have done our needs assessment and agreed exactly where those labs.
My colleague directors and all invited guests, good afternoon. Yes, I am Victoria Angwenyi, the Director Schools Audit. I know all of you know my name, but you don't know the face. Sini kweli? Yes, I know you have seen my signature in your school somewhere. So now you can put that name to the face. I'm happy to be here today because I have really longed for such an opportunity so that we can have some discussions on areas of matters of governance. As a Director Schools Audit, you are my main client, and we must talk to each other at some point. And therefore, the areas other than finance, which I will be looking at in your schools, are areas of governance. And you know, governance is a whole chain of systems. I will also be looking at your risk management systems. And why am I talking about risk? A risk is an uncertainty of the future. We all plan for the future. We don't plan for yesterday. Our strategic plans are for the future. Our budgets are for the future. And it is for this reason that we must identify those issues that will affect the achievement of our plans. And it is for this reason then that the government has recommended in the law, Public Finance Management Act, that you must have risk management frameworks in your schools. And therefore, as a Director Schools Audit, we will be guiding you on how to develop the frameworks and how to conduct periodic risk assessments in your schools. And at that area is we will also be looking at the controls you have put in your schools. And why have I started mentioning this? The three areas, the three critical areas I've mentioned are the role of internal audit. So from now going forward, the Directorate of Schools Audit is the internal audit of your schools. The financial side which we've been approving now belongs to the Kenya National Audit Office or Office of the Auditor General. And she comes at the tail end of the year. But the internal audit is continuous. It is value-adding process. So where we identify your gaps, we will be working with you. So having introduced myself, I want to do just two clarifications. And these clarifications are about the funding going to schools. I know you received two major types of funding. One is capitation, and the other one is fees for those schools that are boarding. So capitation funds tuition components, the tuition functions in your schools, and tuition pertains to learning. Because you have a teacher already paid, that from tuition we are buying textbooks. From capitation, we are also funding the co-curricular activities which are part of the skill identification, etc. And the fees paid for parents is for the boarding. And therefore, a parent has to choose. This is, I keep saying, is an ethical question. If the parent cannot afford fees, they can put their child in a day school. It is a choice. But if they choose to bring the child to the boarding, then there is a cost to it. So teachers, when the parents are bringing their children, discuss with them. Tell them that the government does not pay for boarding. It pays for learning. And if the parent makes this choice of bringing the child to you, that is why they buy the uniform, that is why they come with their beddings, and that is why they buy all those other facilities for maintaining the child's welfare. Explain to them that there is a cost to it, so that we stop this push and pull. Oh, pesa itatoka from the ministry, we are sending children home. So I'm wondering, why are you sending a child home if the government capitation is late? The teacher is already in school, there are textbooks in school, you have subcontracted suppliers who will be supplying you with the materials, albeit there will be delay in paying the supplier. So why would you send a child to school? I mean, why would you send a child home? So the government pays capitation for learning. Please engage the parents so that they pay that component for boarding. So, I'm Chanipenda, but that is the truth. You know me, I'm not a politician. And I said I'm looking at the governance systems. Those are facts as they are. Number two, I also wanted to mention on the reforms, on the current reforms going on at the schools. Some of you, I know you have received officers from the Office of the Auditor General. So now what is happening is that the school's audit will be playing the role of internal audit for schools, and the Office of the AOAG will be looking at the financial statements. But as per the law, our work will be to review the financial statements before they go to the Auditor General's office, so that we can guide you. If there are any gaps, we can address, because remember, the Office of the OAG takes to Parliament. But the role of the internal audit is to add value by advising you on how to improve your processes continuously. It is not fault finding. And that is why we must review and correct before they report to Parliament. Now, another key reform going on is about also the financial reporting. You note that now we have migrated to what we call International Public Sector Accounting Standards, that is acronym IPSAS. The IPSAS reporting format is meant for those institutions that are not profit-making. And of course, the government is not a profit-making institution. They are there to offer essential services. And in the IPSAS, you note, reporting now there will be change. We will be expecting some non-financial information to accompany the financial figures. And one of the key requirements of the non-financial information is that you have to disclose your enrollment, your capacity, your teachers, etc., for the year which you are accounting for, so that we are able to match the figures and the performance. You can independently assess performance vis-a-vis investment, or identify where we have gaps. For example, now, when you say you have 30 BOM teachers and probably 10 TSC teachers, and your school has 1,000 students, when I send this summary report to TSC, they can be able to know that they are supposed to send you teachers. If you tell me your capacity of your dormitory or your dining is 700 and you have 1,200 students, when I read this report and I summarize to the director secondary, he is able to know that you need to expand the capacities of those facilities. So when you send your proposals, able to refer to that report and confirm. Because again, your statement will also be confirmed by your BOM in the same report. So you'll note again, the key difference between what we've been doing and the IPSAS is that now we are now having what we call a conventional balance sheet. And the balance sheet talks about your assets, both fixed, current, movable, and biological assets. The fixed assets are your building. The movable assets are those vehicles the schools own, because they are not being factored anywhere in the current. And yet, you know, we need to provide for depreciation. We need to provide for maintenance of those vehicles. So those disclosures are very key so that we can determine the actual cost of managing an educational institution. Because the gaps there, we are always lamenting, we don't have enough money. And yet we have buses, sometimes we lease out, we have revenue generating activities at the schools. So we can't know when we put our heads down, we can never really tell whether the funding we are sending is sufficient, or it is excess, or it is less. And therefore, once we have this disclosure, then we can be able to know whether to increase. Yeah, because from the current reporting format, we are not communicating. So we will be having a conventional balance sheet. I expect those movable buses to be captured there. Your fixed assets, you just list them, you don't have to cost them. And of course, the revenue generating activity, some of you keep dairy, chicken, poultry, etc. Those are, you just disclose in numbers, the revenue generating activities. And even including the rentals that you get from, most of the schools have houses that they rent out to teachers. You know, that funding has never been disclosed in the books. And now that is why I have come to your school. And I want to appreciate and thank all of you for the support you have given the Directorate of Schools Audit over time, because we have improved. We are not where we were back 2016. By now, most of you have complied. We don't have the backlogs we used to have. And again, most of you don't bring the boxes to my office. You have supported the auditors to come to your institution, and I would want us to continue. Now, one last one is about the human resource management. I know this is not your key specialty, but you have people under you, you have your support staff, etc., and you have to manage those, that team of people. Under human resources and in terms of salary determination, some according to their cadre, they are managed by the minimum wage pronouncements. That is the category of cooks and drivers and watchmen. But there's one critical thing we have been requested to do, and that is to deduct what we call statutory deductions that are supposed to be remitted. Now, this has raised a question on whether to go the NSSF way or whether to go the gratuity way. But because NSSF is a mandatory deduction, that is the pronouncement by the president. It is a mandatory deduction, 6% the employee and 6% the employer. Now that makes total of 12%. But they have also said it has been in any 1 month between employer and employee, both should pay a maximum of 2,400. And you know this is applicable for people whose salary is between, say, 10 and 20 thereabout. But those whose salary is 30, 40 and above, after you've deducted the 2,400 in a month, there's some surplus. Because again, gratuity policies that it is 1 month's basic salary paid at the end of every working year. So if there is a surplus between the 2,400, now I will give you these calculations later. I know now it's a bit tricky to be saying it from this end. But that surplus is now what can be paid to the employee as gratuity at the end of the year. Because you see, 2,400 times 12 will give you a figure of around 28,000 or something. So, and if an employee's salary is 40,000 per month, so you minus 28,000, you have some 12,000 to pay the employee at the end of the month as gratuity. It is that simple and will be home and dry, and we shall be complying. So other than that, my request to you that our area of operation is a legal requirement. Let us cooperate. Unless you prepare the books of accounts, I will not have anything to audit. I will not have any response to you in terms of recommendation or in terms of giving you an assurance that your systems are working as intended. So, on your end, you are obligated to account for the funds given to you. And in this way, both of us, me and you, we will garner the public confidence. Because you can see everywhere there is condemnation. The anonymous letters that reach my desk about the teachers, and that is where the trust Mr. Kent was talking about. Between me and you, and that accountability, we can create trust so that we can garner support of the community. So thank you. I think I will end here. If you have any other questions, please write them down. I will respond. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for that wonderful presentation. I'd like you to just give me about 5 to 7 minutes. I should be done with my presentation. The first one is that I want to appreciate that as principals of schools, we are working under very difficult environments, and by us being able to maintain our schools running, in itself, I call it sometimes a miracle. Because when schools are running, and particularly this term, we've had not very many issues in our schools, and I want to most sincerely appreciate you. Every time there is a challenge in any of the school, you can imagine the person who gets called to come and find out what is happening in that school. And therefore, when we have the number of our schools having fewer challenges, that I want to attribute to you as principals. So thank you so much on behalf of the Minister of Education. I'm sure The bosses will be here tomorrow and they'll speak more to that. Number two, as a directorate of secondary, we have our objectives, and there are only three main objectives. The first one is to ensure that programs in secondary subsector are running, improvement of quality education, and improvement of quality education, access, and equity. Under that, we have so many other programs that we get rolled out. That is why sometimes you find the FDSC as part of our program arising out of our mandate as Directorate of Secondary Education. That is why we're here, to speak to the people that cause the success of the subsector. Because of time, I have a few things that I thought very important for us, and I call them my main request or ask to you as the managers of our schools. One of them has been mentioned by my colleague. That's management of our resources, of the resources at our disposal. If you are to quantify the amount or the value of the resources in our schools, you will discover that you are managing a lot. Let's not even talk about human resource. We talk about the capital and you will discover that you are managing a lot. On free day secondary, and I know this is a thorny issue, and by the way, I was expecting to have had a few of those questions coming so that we'll be able to address some of them even today. But please, let's ensure that we have those questions and the issues. One of the issues that we have had a challenge is the acknowledgement of capitation received. In the month of July, I remember we issued a circular asking schools to adhere to the guidelines, because every year we prepare guidelines for the following year. So like last year in November, we prepared guidelines and issued them that we are going to govern and manage how if you realize that has been lying dormant for a long time is the issue of acknowledgement, and the acknowledgement in National Education Management Information System. And it's a very simple procedure that you just need to write the receipt and upload it. Then from our end, we're able to access and see that the school has acknowledged receipt of the money. When we started in January, we had about 3,000 schools that had not acknowledged any receipt for the previous year. And those are the many people that got affected. And as you acknowledge, your money was being released. And I will tell you, Chairman, as at now, we have 72 schools who have refused to acknowledge even the July last year capitation. And so I'm asking myself, how are these schools operating? Because we have not released capitation for January, and schools are not asking, they are not crying, these 72 schools. So, colleagues, let's make our work easy. If you have not acknowledged as now, it means therefore you have not received capitation for January, you have not received capitation for April. How are you running that school? It means therefore that there are people that are passing over this expense to parents, which is an illegality. So I think the chair, I mentioned that, and you have the list of the 72 schools who have up to now not acknowledged receipt of capitation. On the issue of capitation, there are schools who have not been factored in, and to act very fast. Anytime a school is onboarded and their details are captured and they are made application, we capture them in the next capitation. We try to, as much as possible, to to put the schools in the system for them to be to enable them to get capitation for the subsequent disbursement. The other issue that I wanted to speak about to us as a matter of procedure is management of school or student discipline. I will not talk about management of teacher discipline because that is another domain of Teacher Service Commission, and I'm sure there's a way that they do. But it has come to our attention out of what you call public complaints that a parent comes to our office, either the field office or they come direct to headquarters and say that my son or my child has been expelled from school. There's a procedure in the Education Regulation 2015. There's a procedure for handling student discipline. Please make sure that we follow the law. If the board of exclusion of a student, that decision should be communicated to County Education Board in not more than 2 days. In other words, if you do or make a decision as a board on Friday afternoon, by Monday morning, the letter should be at the County Education Board. Otherwise, other than that, that will be a nullity, and that child will be brought back to school because you should not break the law. So, colleagues, I want to request you, please follow simple procedures that are there. When you follow those procedures, even when somebody comes to complain, we tell them that the school has followed the procedures and let's allow the procedures to run its course. We have had cases where the deputy principal is suspending students. Again, that is an irregularity. I do not know why principals, you have allowed the deputy. Yes, they're in charge of discipline, but there are functions that cannot be delegated to them, like suspension of a student can only be done by the principal. And it should not be done indefinitely because we have had cases of a student who has been suspended indefinitely. Again, principals should make us look very foolish because how do you suspend somebody indefinitely? Again, that is an illegality, and the ultimate thing that will happen is that we will order the student to be reinstated irrespective of the crime that this student had done. Because if you break the law yourself as the adult, then we must protect the child. So I would like to ask that we make sure that we follow those. Again, on the issue of student discipline, please make sure that your regulations have been verified or approved by the Board of Management. Do not introduce rules that have not been approved by the Board of Management because those regulations, they are binding. So the Board of Management must sit and you must go through public participation. And every infringement must carry its consequence and it must be written. Do not assume that since the school has been operating this way, even tomorrow it's going to be acceptable. Like for example, we found a school that was telling a student, come with the 3 rolls of barbed wire. You know, if you ask tell us in your regulations where that is, it's not there. But you have already put in writing. You have actually embarrassed yourself. So it is very easy when everything is documented. Very easy. If I would tell you my own experience while I was a principal, I made the students agree that these are the regulations that we are going to adopt. If you do this, what are the consequences? They will say themselves, these are the consequences. And we put it down. Then after that, that's now what you call public participation. I took it to the Board of Management. The Board of Management endorsed, and from there on, it became binding to everybody in the school. Every time we are doing a new admission, we give them out to the students that say, this is what's going to govern your stay in this school. Very simple. Lastly, If you are discussing a student discipline, somebody from the education office must be present. And the parent or the guardian, the legal guardian must be present during such cases. Number 4 is on transfer of learners. This is term 2. And sadly, I still see transfer letters flying around. The guidelines on transfer of learners, if you look at the form that you are signing as a principal, it says this must be done at the end of the year. But this is term 2. You are signing as a principal, saying that you have space in your school. Please let us desist from that. If a parent wants to transfer his or her son or daughter to your school, let them wait for the end of the year. The reason is because you make it very difficult for you even to reconcile the amount of fees to be paid. And that is why sometimes they will come to you, please give me a refund because I have transferred, my child was in your school for half or a quarter of a year. Number 5 is on the issue of NHIF. I want to most sincerely thank most of us. We have embraced use of NHIF in many, many ways. And going forward, even our projection for next year admission is going to be in NHIF. And I know in the next 3 weeks, we expect you to upload your projections on Form 1 selection so that we are able to prepare the number of students that you are going to admit. That projection must be captured in NHIF. Every time you are doing communication to the ministry, please quote the UIC, the unique identifier code, or what you call the NHIF code for the school. Every time you are communicating, making requests, because NHIF is our sole source of truth, single source of truth, we would like to have that data. Sometimes you complain about you have not received capitation and you do not tell us the NHIF code. It becomes very difficult. And by the way, because of the many changes in the school names, it becomes very difficult for us to know which school that is. I will give you an example. One time when we were doing admission, is Kadonsweni here? St. Martin Kadonsweni. Kadonsweni used to give us problems because there will be Kadonsweni, there will be St. Martin's, Kadonsweni, and there will be 3 different, or Kambimawe. There are 3 schools called Kambimawe, or Jebara. There are 4 schools called Jebara. There's one in Transoya, one in Gomarakwet, one in Bomet, and one in Nakuru. So when you say my school is called Jebara, it becomes very difficult for us to know where you are. And that is why we are insisting and asking you, please, when you are making any correspondence to us, please quote your NHIF code for us to be able to assist you. And sometimes we realize that we do it very fast. The other one is on the legal instruments in our schools. I want to ask you, principals, please embrace yourself with the legal instruments that govern your stay and that govern your school. Please get to know, what does the Public Health Act say about your school? You know, there's a time, which more recently, when we had an issue in one of our schools. It was a sad one because we lost lives. But if you look at the Public Health Act, it talks about notifiable diseases. Every time there's a certain kind of a disease outbreak in your school, you are supposed to notify the public health immediately. It's not just enough to take a student to school, to the hospital for treatment. But if the diagnosis has said that this student has typhoid, one of them, typhoid, is a notifiable disease. Notifiable means that you inform the public health person within your jurisdiction that you have such a case. Because the management of typhoid sometimes requires external support. So please appraise yourself with the Public Health Act and many other, the Children's Act. Please don't say that you are only governed by the TSC Act and the Education Act. When you meet when you have a school, it's a community, and there are many other laws that govern that. So don't say, I do not recognize such and such an act. Just same way, Madam Angwenyi was talking about the resources that we collect. You know, there is a belief that the money that you get from government is what is auditable. That the money you get from parents, ni yako. That is not true. Any money that comes from the public into the school, in whichever form, becomes public money. And there's a way that money is managed by a Public Finance Management Act of 2012. Please appraise yourself. So if you rely on the Education Act, you will be running your school, I would say that you are a mono-eyed person because you are not able to see. There are some dark corners that you are not able to see. So I want to encourage, and then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, is on the issue of textbooks. We appreciate that we distributed textbooks. The last time was 2019. Between that time and now, there are many schools that have come on board. We are doing a census on the schools that require additional books because of the enrollment that has gone. We did communication in the month of October, expecting that we will get information from the field so that we can collect the data. We make a decision on where we are. A few counties are yet to submit that full data, and we expect that should be done immediately because in the month of July, we want to address ourselves to those schools. I know there are schools that did not have books. And yet I know also there are schools that have more than they need. The paradox of it, ladies and gentlemen, is when we made a request, and I can almost quote on a letter that we did 15th of April 2019, we asked that we rationalize the books. The schools that had more books said they cannot give out. And yet there are schools nearby who are suffering. So again, that's the paradox that we are trying to address ourselves. Colleagues, let's be rational in some of these things that we ask you. We do it for the love of our children. So because of time, I think I would like to stop there. We are here up to the end of the conference, and I want to say it's my great pleasure to be back in our conference. And I want to thank you so much for the opportunity that you have given me and my team on behalf of the Director General who was unable to come. I want to say thank you so much. We are available for queries and anything between now and the close of the conference. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's put our hands together as we appreciate our directors. Thank you. Thank you. I think, colleagues and members, the delegates, you agree with me. It has been a great time. At least we now understand. Quite a number of us, I'm sure, we didn't know much about the various directorates, and they have taken time to explain to us on how they also function. And I am sure we are richer now in knowledge, and therefore, again, the direction given, we are going to follow. Thanks a lot, directors, for taking your time so that you are with us and responding to the members, though you have asked that they give their questions. I am sure you will also be able to give the answers. So, delegates, those questions that you have, the issues, please pass them over. Pass them over if you have, so that they can be responded to. If you have any, please pass them over so that with the time they will be responded to. Thank you, Chair. The county chairpersons, you could also help us. The county chairpersons, you could help us in collecting those and then hand them over when we are through with this session. Otherwise, I wish to appreciate you for listening, taking your time and listening attentively to the directors during this session. Thank you so much and be blessed. For our directors, we have some small gifts that we wish to give to our directors. Please call it. Director quality. Maybe. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Answering questions.
No. Yeah.
Finish.
We are through with that. Okay. Okay, I will be asking our Director Secondary, Mr. Kibet, to receive the gift from us. Karibu sana sa. Makofi. Asante, asante. Thank you. Asante sana. Yes. Then we have our Director Audit. Asante. Thank you. Then our Director Field Coordination.
Can be read.
Yeah. Thank you. Is the other one? Director. Okay, Director Field Coordination and Co-curricular Activities. Asante. Thank you. Thank you so much. Be blessed, sir. That is. Director Quality Assurance, it's now your time, sir. Karibu sana. Asante, thank you. And lastly, but not the least, Director SNE. Karibu sana, sir. Asante, thank you. Thank you so much. One you will just. So as we said earlier, our directors will look at the questions which you have given to us. Then they will give the responses tomorrow because of time, the way we explained. Thank you so much. All of you be blessed. Asante sana. Asante.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to our directors. Let's clap for them. Thank you so much. Band, I'll ask you to come behind. Thank you, thank you. We want to take a photo with our directors here. After the photo session, we move on with our program. Thank you. Band.
Thank you. I'll have also this. Thank you.
So as we get the photo session, in our program next we have Valley Energy, and from Valley Energy we have a representative. Valley Energy is next in our program, and I want us to invite Valley Energy. As Valley Energy comes, just give me 1 second, just 1 second. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I notice it is not the easiest of times to go ahead after the very heavy program that we've had. But I'll request that we carry on from here now. Don't know whether my presentation is on. Eddie? Let me know when our presentation is on. Good stuff. All right. So, my name is Charles Thuo, representing Valley Energy. And we are taking on at a point which is still timely because we are discussing LPG when we are just about to go for lunch. And as a matter of introduction, Valley Energy is interested in providing safe and clean cooking energy because we believe that one of the pillars of conserving the environment is reducing deforestation. And I think from here I'm actually taking on from where Caroline stopped at in terms of telling us about the advantages that we have and the opportunities that we have. So we also have a passion for conserving the environment and reducing deforestation. And one of the reasons that we believe that is that we'll be promoting conservation of the environment, and we'll also be leading in the accessibility to energy that is also affordable. And we also want to promote cleaner, healthier, and safer ways of cooking. And in line with that, we are actually in support of SGD number 13, which is on climate action. Specifically, what we are talking about there is that we want to alleviate the pain that is there with our women and our children back in the household kitchens, as well as the institutional workers who have to endure a lot of smoke and a lot of carbon emissions in the kitchens. So this is what LPG comes to help in terms of climate action, and also in conservation of the environment and improvement of the economic activities. And another SGD that we also support by doing that is the access to clean, affordable energy. We do believe that LPG will go a great way because it is clean in itself, it is safe, and it is affordable. Therefore, a dignity that can be afforded and should be accorded to all our NANA and all our institutions. And in line with that, so what you're saying is, what exactly is this that it will be aiming at? It will be aiming at, more than everything else, to eliminate this pollution that causes a lot of respiratory diseases. We do know the disease burden that the country faces, and we also do realize that actually this goes a long way because part of the institutional workers are also part of the society and also part of our households. We want to make it in a way that is also healthier, in a way that is safer, and it is also cleaner, both to handle and even in terms of the built environments that we are in. And obviously, while at it will reduce the deforestation. Of importance to the principals and the managers of the school is that you will have control over the consumption that you have. And just like your fuel gauge in your car, you're able to tell the level of LPG that is still in your tank. You're able to also tell at the point at which you need to reorder. And this also is a message that comes served. And more than that also, should there be an overfill, the system will also alert you. And this will be an app that will actually be on your tablet, on your phone, so you actually have control over the consumption that is happening in your school. And alongside that as well, it's actually in line with the theme that we have today of driving effectiveness and efficiency in the schools. What we are also assuring the lives of these many learners and the infrastructure in the school as well. So we do adhere to international standards, both in terms of the tank that we have and also in terms of the installation that is from the tank to the kitchen. And this is intended to assure you that first and foremost, in terms of the safety measures that are in place, the gas that will be directed to the kitchen is in low pressure. Therefore, meaning that it doesn't pose a risk of leakage or a risk of even having not to be, and even the usage itself is moderated. Similarly, besides that, you also have a safety valve. And this safety valve is even kept outside the kitchen
so that in the case of an emergency, you're able to shut it out and continue with the operations of the school without risking any danger into the school. And we also take cognizance of the fact that there could also be malevolence. There could also be cases of individuals who would want to cause danger to the school. And as a result, the tank itself is isolated outside the kitchen in an enclosed area, which is under lock and key, which also obviously is manned by the school administration. More than that also, you also get to have that emergency valve, which you have said is also outside the school. And in terms of installation, the pipework is buried underground. And a bit of it that is not buried, and what I'll say is, directly opposite the KCB tent, we have a tent there, visitors, come, let's have a chat, pick a brochure, and then we'll be coming to our schools so that we can continue with these discussions. And with that, thank you very much, and a very good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Valley Energy. We want to present a gift to you. I have an announcement again. I know it's lunchtime, but we still have one more session to go. It is just a good thing to be able to hold up for these few minutes as we do our last session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the session chair, Wasingishu, as he comes. The band is doing one special number as he comes, and then we're going to have the next and our final session of the day, and you don't want to miss this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our band. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce our next speaker, who is the PS, the State Department for Education and Research, Daktari Beatrice Muganda. However, because of a relatively busy schedule, she has not managed to be here with us, and she has sent Assistant Director, Madam Wanjiku Ndekwa. Madam Wanjiku Ndekwa will come on behalf of the State Department, PS, to make reference to what is very important to us, higher education. And I take this opportunity to welcome her. Madam Karibu. Yeah.
Good afternoon. So as you've heard, my name is Wanjiku Ndegwa, Ministry of Education, State Department for Higher Education and Research. I am humbled to be in your presence by virtue that I started out as a teacher. I can even see some of my principals here and even some of my teachers. So today I am here to do a humble duty or task, that is reading our PSC's speech. So it is a speech by Dr. Beatrice Muganda. Inyangala, Principal Secretary, State Department for Higher Education and Research during the 46th Kesha Annual National Conference of Principals on the 27th June 2023 at Mombasa. The Governor, Mombasa County, His Excellency Abdul Samad Sharif Nasil, the President of the International Confederation of Principals, ICP, Kesha Executive, my colleagues from the Ministry of Education, the Teacher Service Commission, County Director of Education, leaders of various represented associations and organizations, teachers from various counties. Good afternoon. Speaking at the 46th Kesha Annual National Conference of Principals is a great honor. I am particularly impressed by the great progress made since the inception of this association. I take this opportunity to appreciate your presence, for having taken time from your busy schedules to come and participate in this pertinent conference. Thank you all for coming, and it is my sincere hope that your interaction, therefore, will be an enriching experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that this event has been organized to, among other objectives, promote and encourage equal opportunities for all young persons to develop to their fullest potential in achieving a respectable and productive quality of life. The conference, therefore, provides a good opportunity for dialogue and discussions which aim to herald transformation in our education sector. The topic, Implication of Higher Education Reforms on Secondary Schools in Kenya, is quite timely. It resonates very well with the current trends in the education sector. It comes at a time when the government of Kenya is committed to bringing changes in the education sector to adapt to the changing needs. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have interacted with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This plan is conscious of education as the ultimate means of ensuring that an equitable society. It ensures that every child has a chance to fulfill their potential and rise to their highest level of accomplishment, irrespective of their social background. The plan has made the following additional commitments to promote equitable education: establishment of a special service tariff for all learning institutions for basic utilities, such as water, electricity, and internet connection. Review of the current exam-based system of academic progression by implementing alternative entry criteria. Setting up of a national open university to increase access and reduce the cost of university education while making 100% transition to higher education a reality. Establishment of one-year paid national internship programs for all students graduating from teacher, technical, and medical colleges and universities through collaboration with industry players. And increasing of funding for research and development from the current 0.8% of GDP progressively. The overriding objective of the Open University of Kenya is to make higher education inexpensive, affordable, accessible, inclusive, and attainable to all by enabling some flexible entry criteria. Ladies and gentlemen, I challenge you all to move beyond content delivery and truly enhance science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM education, so that students develop a broad mix of skills. Embrace innovative teaching and learning approaches to spark critical thinking and creativity. Enhance students' engagement in symposiums and Kenya Science and Engineering Fair, KSEF. Such fora, if well utilized, will also allow critique, strengthen communication, and build collaboration. Consequently, effective use of ICT as teaching and learning resources have been found to significantly increase students' achievement. It also promotes students' critical thinking and problem-solving skills needed in life. Research has proven that use of ICT in education does not only enhance learning, but is also crucial in preparation of the youth for the challenges of globalization in the 21st century. This is therefore a clarion call to the schools that have not been able to embrace ICT. Science, technology, and innovation, STI, is a key component of social integration, sustainable development, and poverty eradication. It is also an enabler of attainment of Vision 2030. In this regard, advocacy and awareness of STI, which includes annual Innovation Week, exhibitions and fairs, have been used as avenues for promoting the same. I urge you teachers to also adopt and strengthen mentorship programs in your schools so that learners cultivate a research culture long before they join our universities. The expansion of basic education and the ongoing implementation of the competency-based curriculum, CBC, provides a great opportunity for mainstreaming of science and technology and integration of learning based on discovery and competence development. I particularly commend His Excellency the President of Kenya for the timely new funding model of universities and TVET institutions, which has come to rescue our almost collapsing universities under the weight of heavy debts. The model ensures that equal access opportunities are availed to all students regardless of their economic backgrounds. It will ensure adequacy and predictability of resources. In view of this, funding to students shall combine scholarships, loans, and household contributions on a graduated scale, scientifically determined by a means testing instrument. Funding will no longer be blocked, but will be student-centered and allocated to students according to their level of need. There will be 4 levels of consideration. The government shall fully fund the vulnerable group through scholarships and loans. Students from less needy levels will get 53% scholarship and up to 40% loans. Their households will only contribute 7%, while less needy students will benefit from 38% scholarships and 55% loans. Their households will also contribute 7%. Universities will therefore be required to declare and publicize the actual cost of their programs. No public university shall levy additional charges or raise its fees without the approval of the university's funding board. Consequently, students shall be placed at the various levels using a means testing instrument, MTI, which has been used by HELB for quite some time. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore implore you to let this crucial information trickle down to your students and parents. Let those that come from households at the bottom of the socio-economic structure understand that they will enjoy equal education opportunities. Let the students be very keen while applying for these courses. Considering the cost implication of these programs and bearing in mind that the cost will vary from program to program, there are various benefits of this model to the universities, ranging from promoting equity, since there will be equitable allocation of resources. It will also promote access and retention. It is envisaged that the universities will be assured of a regular and reliable income, since it is individual-centered and not blocked. It is only meant for those students who will be interested in applying. It is possible to apply for a loan and leave out the scholarship and vice versa. With those many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our peers. May I now call the chairman, Nandi Elias Cheria, to move a vote of thanks in 1 second, as I also invite the chairman to make his closing remarks, reading the mood of the House. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all of us, we want to appreciate this lady for the powerful presentation. I'm going to ask that we give her 3 claps, and 1 clap is 1. So shall we go? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And also, delegates and members who have sat through this session, we must appreciate you for being there and sitting through this session. Thank you so much, Madam, for this presentation. Carry on.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Session Chair. Thank you very much, PS representatives. Thank you very much, all of us who have been here today and have sat up to this moment. We've come to the end of our sessions today. You have a free afternoon. We wanted to finish by 1:30. At least we've attempted to make good use of time, so thank you very much. We recognize very clearly that tomorrow the government has declared it as a public holiday for our Muslim brothers. We did discuss this with them, who are members of the National Governing Council, and together we agreed that we recognize and celebrate with them and congratulate them for that very important step in the faith. But because the date came when already our program is out and we have confirmation of our participants, our guests coming, we will go ahead with the meeting and our conference tomorrow as usual, but we will allow our brothers to have time to go for prayers. And once they finish, they can come and join us. So we will continue with the program as usual, but we recognize that it is declared a public holiday. Thank you very much. May I ask the Vice Chair to call somebody to come and close for the day, and request that tomorrow we come very early so that we start early. We would like to stick to the program and make sure that by the time the program says we have ended the day, we've actually ended, so that we don't have introduction of people to speak to us who are not on the program. Thank you very much.
Let us pray. Father, we worship you, we glorify you for this far you have brought us. We give you back all the honor and all the glory. We thank you for all the facilitators who have been able to speak to us today. And as we continue with this Kesha, we pray that you will continue guiding our steps. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you. Have a blessed afternoon and a blessed night. See you tomorrow at 8. Thank you very much.